The office.
Peace and blessings, fam. This is your brother Asar Hotep with the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology. Today is Kuumba, Friday, October the 7th, 2022. And this is an open forum question and answer session. And so whatever's on your mind, scholastically that is, we can address it tonight or set something up for the future. So let me know what's on your mind. All that and more will return in just a moment. And welcome back. And once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight and joining this community in Bongi, as we like to call it. And as always, I want to shout out a few of you who have made yourselves known in the chat. It's a few of you tonight. We have Edward Nigma 9x9 is in the building. Teti Ursula Atra Sanefaru is in the building, and Don Dada is in the building. And earlier he said a nice instrumental. Yeah, so I'm gonna be, kind of rocking out in the beginning, for like the first 5 minutes to allow, people to show up for the live or whatnot. So while y'all waiting, I'm hoping that the tunes, put you in a good mood and in the right mindset. So to speak. So, I'm out and about as always. So I thought I'd, while I'm on break, take some time and converse with the community and see what the temperature is like. Peace to Ua Abantum number 2, who is in the building. And again, this is an open forum. So if you have any questions or, have anything that is on your mind, you can type it in, or you can actually come online and join the panel to ask your questions or to even just give your comment. And so for those of you who are watching via YouTube and YouTube Live, the chat link is already typed into the chat, and it should be pinned to the top. I haven't even checked to see. Yeah, there it goes. It's pinned to the top. So, if you want to join the conversation, you are free and welcome to do so. I see who is that? Sunjiata is in the building, and brother Wujawu Irimaat has made it and is in the building. And so, just to kind of start some things off, I know that, some of you may have been privy to the rebroadcast of the reflections on the 2019 ASCAT conference that was held in Brooklyn, New York, and in a segment of the conference which was kind of dedicated to the meaning of the place name Kemet. And So in some recent videos, the normal opposition has been going over material and making arguments and think that they're discovering some things and making charges and the like, and even brought up and dared to show Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation from the 2019 ASCAT conference. And so, as always, people ask when I'm going to do a show or something like this rebutting. It's a waste of time because we've already done it and have been doing it for years. And so thus the reason for the replay. So, for those of you who are new to the channel, new to the quote unquote social media conscious community and the like, y'all can get put up to speed and know the history of arguments and what has actually been argued before, and how certain of these so-called new arguments were actually old arguments that have been debunked a million times over. So let me see. Thoughts on the Black app, no voting, no blacking campaign commercial. I don't even. I keep seeing people comment on it. I don't have no idea what that is or what y'all talking about. And so y'all gonna have to hit me on to that. I've been in the books and working. That's it. In the books, working and writing my book. That's it. So whatever's going on in the world, too much, I don't know. It could be a nuclear fallout right now, and I would have no idea. Don't know. Floor noise in the building. And brother, would y'all ask a question? He says, question: when is the next emotional hits coming up on Apple Music? Hey man, they making music all week, every day, all day. Sister Lamb is in the building. Peace and blessings to you as always, and love and light to Sister Mika. Tamika, number one, is in the building, and our good brother Conan Lee, all the way from overseas, is in the building. And he says, I was just about to go to bed. Look at you. And I'm glad that you can make it, even if it's for a little bit of time. And our good brother Robert Rand, NYC, in the building. And he said, I've seen it on Twitter. I don't even know what you're talking about. Y'all gonna have to hit me up to whatever it is that y'all talking about in regards to that. So, so peace and blessings to David, all the way out in Maryland, in the building. And again, just a reminder for those of you who are just joining, this is an open forum, an open discussion, and so whatever is on your mind, you can state it. If you want to state it, you can click the link that is pinned to the top for those of you who are watching via YouTube, and you can join the panel, and or you can just ask a question in the chat. And I see one chat. Hold on. Brother Omar Williams says, are you aware that Walter Williams recently stated on Sonnet or TV that the meta nature hasn't been deciphered? Any thoughts? I think that is an old video, and because I believe, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Dr. Walter Williams pass? I thought he passed. Um, Let me see. Okay, that's a different Walter Williams. How would I pin him down? It said no, it's not old. A few of y'all say no, it's not old. All righty. I mean, I'm thinking this is a rerun because that he was on a stint of that for a while. That's I think that because Sonnetter has been running some old interviews that he's done from back in the day, and so it's not a recent conversation. And those of the Seshu group have written a book in response to Dr. Walter Williams, and to inform the public on the nature of decipherment, and to prove that the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic script has indeed, and language has indeed been deciphered. And so there's many people who are confused in terms of understanding the nature of decipherment and being able to read and understand the script and the language versus being able to accurately pronunciate the words in the language. And so while the pronunciation aspect of the ancient Egyptian language is not fully understood, the text itself, the script itself, the language itself is pretty much very well understood. And so it's just interesting where he got that logic from that hadn't been deciphered. And from my understanding, he is a medical doctor. He's not a real scholar in classical African studies or philology or anything to that nature. So I don't take too much of what he says serious on the subject. Yeah, everybody said no, it was recent. So I guess he's still. I don't know why I'm thinking that he passed away. Somebody of that group has passed away, and I don't know who I'm thinking of in my head. Did Walter Williams write the Electric Unk or whatever? Somebody. Hold on. Has been deciphered. Hieroglyphs. Cipher. Then I grew up in fountain. Yeah, because I'm thinking that is from 2017. Well, I don't know. Y'all let me know. I ain't got time. It's a nonsensical question. Sister Mika says, I believe it's both live and an old video. Bote, peace and blessings. Bina and Zombie Maweja is in the building. Firelight and Tist is in the building. He said, no, it's not. It's the same guy who's in this 90s. I get it. Alrighty. So I don't know where I'm getting this from in my head. David asks, have you ever considered narrating an audiobook? Yes, I have. And everywhere I go, every little shop, somebody behind the counter or whatever kind of reminds me that I need to be narrating audiobooks, doing commercials, or I should be on radio. So, in the future, y'all may get the Quiet Storm, Brother Asar. So we'll see on that. So this was recent. He interviewed him recently, and he maintains the same stance. Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those elders that he's just of that age where he can't be corrected, and you just gotta put the clean glass next to the dirty glass. It's just a non-issue in terms of the decipherment of the hieroglyphs. Peace and blessings. Kafra Amose is in the building. And it says Prince Asiel. I don't even know what that is. Because Walter Williams said he specifically He'll bet $1,000 that no one could prove that they have deciphered a glyph. He ain't going. First of all, he ain't going to pay that money. So I ain't even taking him serious. I don't even know if he got the $1,000. So, yep, that means he owes a sesh $1,000. Exactly. Tony Macaroni is in the building. Mika says, I have a book. I want you to narrate. It can't be one of them. What are them books you find in the grocery store with the basically a porn book, a porn type book. I'll do one of them just on GP, just because no one had expected. It says, yeah, Walter Williams, the economist, died. Yeah, I remember hearing the name, Dr. Walter Williams passed some years ago. And so I was thinking that it was the Walter Williams that y'all talking about now. Let's see. That's a huge reason why I'm interested in the bet, because y'all have a book refuted him. Why is he so adamant about it? I wonder. Because he don't understand what he's talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, when black folks talk about they bet $1 million, $10,000, $5, that this is gonna be this name gonna pay you. I don't care if it's 50 cents. 42 Tribes is in the building, and let's see, and we got our brother Bujawu in the house. Peace and blessings to you, good brother.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
All right, yeah, peace. I'm just coming on to joining the panel. I did want to make a comment
Go
about
ahead.
the Walter Williams situation. I see 42 Tribes asked, did he define what he needed for proof? Yeah, so he outlined what he needs in his book, and we met those needs. So we took his book, The African Origin of Christianity and The African Origin of Islam, or both of them. And as an appendix, in the appendix of those books is where he put forth those claims and challenges. And so we took that appendix and you iterated them and then broke them down one by one and refuted every last one of them. So we met his burden and we refuted his claims. And that's all in the book.
He wasn't gonna pay y'all that money regardless. I don't even know why folks take him serious. He not about that life. And he gonna pay y'all. Because for him to even ask that question in 2022, even though he asked it, or made that claim some years ago, the fact that he's still on that in 2022 lets you know that he not gonna give y'all that money regardless. So y'all, don't give y'all hopes up.
Yeah, we never even asked. Well, obviously we didn't ask for any money or anything or any bet. We just did the scholarly thing and addressed the work. I think the money thing now, for it to be said, is really more so just kind of what do you call it, gimmicky and staying relevant. So it kind of it adds to it adds to the entertainment value.
Dr. Williams was just bored. Like, I think he older me. He like, let me just start some mess on the internet today. The hieroglyphs was not deciphered.
Yeah.
You know what happened when Sarah Seti and them tried it, and the Amaran squad came up there.
Right.
They ran. They did their own live in what's his name?
In the basement
Young
somewhere.
Pharaoh's living room.
They used the wall. Took down all the paintings and the mirrors and used the wall as a projector screen. Moved the couch out the way.
When Sister Amy Ket saying the elder said you can't put sounds to symbols while writing a nook. and I see the correction under there, book, with symbols, characters that represent sounds in the English language. There is a disconnect in his mind somewhere. Again, he, as was stated, there's a difference. There's no script whatsoever that a sound is attached to the script. That kind of technology does not exist, or had not existed until recent times, that you can put some audio in the book. That's why we got audio books. But yeah, so he clearly doesn't know what a decipherment is. And there's just really nothing you can really do about that. We just got to let him enjoy the rest of his years in his wrongness. So
Yeah, and that's
going
why.
to be the theme. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, because I was emailed whenever that video dropped. I forgot when. I think it was maybe almost going on a month now ago, maybe not quite a month ago, where Sonetta interviewed him in Chicago or wherever he lives or whatever. And so I got hit up because of the interview and what he was saying. And I just tell people that I'm not gonna do the elder like that. I'm not gonna even respond or anything. People just get the book and just, make their own mind up, and that's it. Because he's of the age of retirement, and he should just enjoy that. And I wouldn't want him. I'm surprised that people want to kind of bring him into it to get kind of slung around and everything. And that's just not cool with me. And I don't do that. So,
because then there's going to be a whole bunch of videos while y'all beating up the elders.
Right.
It's like, come on now.
So just leave it be. Yeah. They got his book. His book has been out. We wrote a book addressing his book directly, and there's no rebuttal text. It's just all talk.
He I wouldn't be surprised if, like, there's a video of him counting $1,000 worth of Monopoly money and fooled all y'all. He got y'all riled up for that. He counted Monopoly money.
Right. Now you know you can order money on Amazon now. Prop money. It looks real too, and that's what people do in these videos. People get caught out there throwing money, and it's really prop money.
That's for the rap videos.
Yeah, exactly. You can order that on Amazon.
Dr. Walter Williams gonna drop an album on y'all, making it rain with his $1,000. Talking about the ancient Egyptian script ain't been deciphered. It's gonna be him. He gonna feature Smash, and then the other emotionals are gonna be singing the harmonies in the hood.
So, what do you think about the replay? And I'm asking you because for me, you know how we obviously did the video in real time live when we did it, but you know how it's tucked away so long, you don't, it's out of sight, out of mind. And as you were replaying them, and I'm listening, it just it just conjured up all those thoughts all over again, and it's just amazing to me to this day how people could have the audacity to bring up all these straw man arguments as if those videos don't exist, as if we didn't thoroughly break down each point in those videos.
Yeah. Well, first, before I go to answering that question, I just want to remind everyone. So what he's speaking on, as I stated at the beginning of our conversation, I have lately been rebroadcasting our conversations regarding Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation at the 2019 ASCAT conference that was held in Brooklyn, New York. And we did a 3-part series. Technically, it was 4 videos because the technology, or my technology back in the day, was trash. and so it just cut off the live. So we did another video. So there's, but all in all, it's a 3-part series. So I played my presentation, the commentary that I did on my presentation for the ASCAC conference, and then we have the part 1 and part 2 that was rebroadcast and streamed. Part 2 was streamed earlier today, and on Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, where I have already uploaded it, and it's going to rebroadcast part 3 of that conversation that Brother Mujawu and I had, going through and analyzing Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation from the ASCAC conference. So yeah, again, and I can see why people are not up to speed, because I even forgot about the conversation. So that was back in the day when YouTube, to do YouTube live, you had to go through Google Hangouts, before the StreamYards and the Zooms and the like. But it just goes to show again that there's several issues going on with the opposition. One is comprehension, one the inability to read and understand, and like Reggie and them are just now going over source material that we've brought up and added in our text 3 years ago. Because they just refuse to read the text. And so now they want to go through the text and go through the sources. Are they citing the sources? Yeah, we're citing the sources, and we're quoting them and putting their information exactly as they put it. And, because that's what you do when you're doing scholarship. But, they, they, part of the conversation that was rebroadcast today was the issue of finding. Let me back up. Dr. Mario Beatty making a statement in his presentation that the earliest form of the word Kim, can be found with the hawk on the standard in the pyramid text, and so like in one of their recent conversations, they brought this up like it was something new, like is the God, and like we already talked about that and showed that was referring to Ethereupus, and so they don't even know that even the Kemet in a short form with just the hawk on the standard is still referring to what the Greeks later called Ethereupus. So it's at a certain point you just gotta kind of wave your hands, because you'll just be making circular arguments for years, and that's essentially what we've been doing, because no matter if you have a conversation on YouTube or if you write it in the book, they ain't gonna read and understand it, and then they're going to be making all kinds of other arguments that you ain't even making. Like they're still making in 2022 arguments that we're saying that there's no Kim Black in the language. And let's see, we have Brother Lionel B, who has joined the conversation. Peace and blessings to you.
What's up, brothers? How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Can,
One sec. There we go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna jump off. What I saw with the 2 videos, right, with Mario Beatty, right?
Go ahead.
The videos I saw with Mario Beatty, I would say, like, for him, I don't want to talk bad, but it's like for him being actual, like, degreed up and being a scholar, and when he said this is similar to the Sheikh Anta Diop conference, Whoop de woo. That was embarrassing. It, do you get what I'm saying? Hello?
And yes, yes, indeed, and we mentioned that in the conversation because we he was making an argument that we weren't even making, and this is what I mean by, because one of the things that we hypothesize is that Mario Beatty, it seems like he was primarily getting his information from Reggie and not understanding exactly what the nature, because Reggie don't understand what the nature of the conversation is. So you have one blind, deaf, dumb, and blind person trying to relay information to someone else, and they got the message all combobulated. And so now he's making a presentation that is recorded before the world about arguments that nobody, so he don't even know who he's arguing against himself.
Oh my.
you know and it's surprising, and and we've said this, that someone of his caliber to um to walk around and basically what he has done is demonstrated that at least at that time ASCAC is essentially run like a religious cult.
What?
And so you got to understand what I mean when I say this,
So,
because in an academic setting, it is clear that everyone understands what the nature of the research question is. And when everyone understands the nature of the research question, you know what tools and what domain and field tools are necessary to answer the research question. So, with him having no linguistic background, he couldn't answer the question. And what he should have done, if he was honest with himself, is say, you know what, I defer this to someone else, who this is their domain. But he didn't do that. What he tried to do was what religious folks do, and bringing in like stuff like master teacher.
oh,
Like your master, what the hell does your master teacher have to do with the research question? I'm just going to repeat what he says. This is what I mean by cult. you know so it's if we having a debate about something, and someone from the Nation of Islam comes in, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, like, it in their eyes, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has never made a mistake in any of his commentary. He's God. And that's how people treat Dr. Theophilo Benga or Sheikh Anta Diop. And this is what I mean. It wasn't an academic setting. It wasn't an academic debate. It was a religious cult revival.
so
And
he could have cussed you out if he wanted to. So like that. I mean, that's what you kind of. Well, I'm not, but just no holds barred at conference or whatever. Right? Is that said like a religious cult?
I'm saying religious cult in the sense that if all Dr. Mario Beatty had to do was replace Dr. Theophilo Benga with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You know, and you know how black people, when we give announcements or something like this in the church, we say, first giving honor to God and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's exactly what he did. Giving honor to God, my Lord and Savior, my master teacher, Dr. Theophilo Benga. I'm just going to say what he said. And so, it's when you're having an academic debate, it's not about what someone else said. It's about what is the research that you've done, what's your evidence, and what's your thoughts. He had no evidence, he had no thoughts. So he had to defer to Theophilo Benga, who himself has no evidence and has no thoughts. So the citation that he cited wasn't even referencing anything that we've ever stated, ever. So this is what I mean. It's being presented in a religious cult fashion because they're relying on faith.
Mm.
You
Like
know, we have master teachers like who gives a rat's. And I'm not saying anything against Theophilo Binga. I'm just saying in principle, no one gives a rat's ass about your master teacher. This isn't a an old Chinese kung fu flick. You killed my master. You know, and then all hell breaks loose.
You know what's interesting is that when we the good thing that we did during those videos is that we actually played clips of his presentation. And so you can hear the intonation of his voice, you can hear the pauses, you can hear the build up. What's it called? A crescendo. You can hear the crescendoing of his voice, and then the abrupt pause, and then the crowd's response. And it sounded just like church. It sounded just like church, especially when he said things like Odin Gole, when he has his body of work that was thrown in the trash, but that's another subject, and that was a emotional grabber. And he said, "My master teacher, Obenga Theophil." He's pronounced it Theophil, Theophil Obenga, my master teacher. And then everybody started clapping. You could hear all those nuances and sound effects in the back. That's reminiscence of, like you said, a revival, church, and everything. And that's
that's
just like
sound.
I said in the video. That's an appeal to emotion. That's a tactic. That's an actual gimmicky tactic in debates. It's not something that's solid, but people do that. That's like a real tactic that people do.
That
And
sounded with. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
That sounded a little similar to the a little bit similar, a little similar to this city debate I had saw, and he kept talking about the Arabs did this, and the crowd was with him. I forget who he was debating, but said he did something like that, appealing to emotion. But
Yeah, I see. One thing, you gotta, and I understand fully. We're black people, we're African people, so there's just going to be some theatrics in what we do. It is what it is. It just comes with the territory. But when you are having a serious academic debate and you're trying to come to a conclusion, that's not the way to go. And so what because again, see, what y'all got to understand is that the 2019 ASCAT conference, the discussion on the meaning of Kemet was not originally a part of the conference. It was put in at last minute at the request of Brother Reggie. So we we got some time carved out so that we can have the discussion. And while I appreciate it, one thing that I hate is half-assedness. Right? I hate mediocrity. I would have rather we not had it and scheduled a separate event so that it could be the concentration, so that we can have longer presentations. We can invite some more scholars, some serious scholars, that we can have rebuttals and question and answer, and to have a serious discourse. And so when you just throw some minutes, you have some leftover minutes from the conference, and then you have the conversation. You cut. Keep in mind, we were supposed to have 25 minutes each. They cut my time by 8 minutes, and Mario Beatty got 3 extra minutes, so he went 28 minutes. So you see how shady that is. And then on top of that, you're not going to have question and answer or a rebuttal or any rebuttal rounds. See, that this is what I mean by, like, it seems cultish and religiousy. And it seems like it's, like how Christians respond to archaeological evidence against, for example, their argument that they were slaves in Egypt and that there's no Exodus and the like. And they will do any and everything to try to sabotage the discussion so that those points will not get brought out in a very clear and concise way and change the minds, of any of the quote unquote believers. And that particular conference at that time had that spirit. And so, again, I don't like doing, anything involving Reggie is going to be done half-ass. That's just my argument. And it's no doubt that's exactly what happened at that ASCAC conference. It was just half-assed, you know, and I would have rather that it would have been a separate academic and not held in with ASCAC, you
So
know.
what is ASCAP for real? Like, what is that? Is that an African American publishing your articles type?
No, it's
What, what
it's a it's an organization. It's the for this it's an organization that was centered around the study of classical African history and culture. And the original folks that was in it, your Dr. Benz, your Milana Karanga, um, John Henry Clark, and Dr. Who wrote Intellectual Warfare,
Jacob
uh,
Carruthers?
Jacob Carruthers, and all. Like when it first started, it was founded in Dr. Raketti Amin, and like when it first started, it was designed to be an academic organization that was going to publish serious academic work on ancient Kemet and issues surrounding that discipline. But over time, it became something else, and they stopped publishing. They stopped doing, collective research and the like, and it just kind of fell by the wayside. And you can watch a video online by Dr. Manu M. Pim, and he gives his personal experiences with ASCAC and its origins and what happened, and then what happens, and he even throws some stuff in there and talking about what happens when people try to join the organization and try to improve it. So
Oh,
like so a lot of the stuff in which he was talking about in that video, I've experienced in that conference, in the way that conference was handled. And so again, it's going to be Dr. Because he's going to be talking about Ivan Van Sertima, I think. Um, and so he's doing a workshop for a kind of a study group out in Oakland. And so if I could find that, I'll put the link in the.
yeah. I think we should do better as like like black scholars, like it, because we can't. Because I mean, that was kind of crazy. Just that them videos y'all show. We got to do better.
Yeah, but you see, you got to understand, like you're dealing. It's just like with the Walter Williams situation. It's just a certain generation that they were raised and brought up a certain way, and so again, they were brought up with a certain mindset,
Think we lost your audio. Unless that's me.
Oh yeah, I thought we lost his audio too. Well, yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
lost his audio. Yeah, what's up, Ujawu? I got a lot of respect for
we're
you, man. How
doing
do I grab it?
we when we're doing what we're doing, we just got to do it differently, and to be open for change, and to always be grounded in the evidence and the information. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we lost your audio for a second.
Oh,
Yeah, you had cut out. You just came back in just you just came back in the middle of a sentence.
that's how I do. Uh, but I don't even know what I was saying now. So
I get the gist. Just you say when
yeah,
y'all two do what y'all doing, y'all got to come correct, and it's just an older generation that's not
yeah,
necessarily open to change necessarily.
yeah. We got to get out of this. Now keep in mind, genealogy, academic genealogy, is relevant in terms of the line, tracing a line of thought or a school of thought, right? And how these people before you shaped your thought and practice, and how you're using those influences to influence the next generations. It's important. So don't get this confused. I'm not downplaying that at all. What I'm saying is that regardless of that, it is irrelevant when it comes to arguments, academic and scholastic arguments, because when you as a scholar are making an argument, it doesn't matter who your teacher was. You are the one that's making the argument and the claim. So you have to stand on your own 2 feet, and um you honor the ones who came before you by you being able to stand on your own 2 feet and not have to lean on that crutch.
You right.
Because your elders, they're human beings, and they're only working with what it was available for them at that time. you know
You
uh
also have an issue of I don't know who. I think you made this phrase. You created this phrase, prestige by proximity.
yes.
So that's where people will name drop because of people that's in their proximity. They're near their close proximity to themselves. They ride that. So it's almost like I don't know if you a race car fan and you watch Daytona 500. Whenever there's a car that's leading, the car that's in second place, you notice how they tail them real close behind, and they want to suck up the draft or the aerodynamic wind draft, so they get right behind the car in front, and then they use that as a slingshot to go around. And that's what people do. They name drop people with an emotional tie with the community, and then they use that and they ride that, and they don't have to do all the work. They don't have to do any work because they get prestige by proximity. And so that's what you have, brother Lionel. That's what you have going on, and that's
Like
what Dr. Mario Beatty did. Now, Dr. Mario Beatty, um, I don't want to make it sound like he doesn't do any work, because obviously he's definitely done the required work that he needs to receive his doctorate and the likes. So I don't want to make it sound like he's a pushover at all. But for that particular conference, he's like everybody else. Like he didn't invoke his doctorate ness in that conference. You know what I'm saying? Like his PhD ism was not activated in that conference. So I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, because
that.
again, the research question is, what is the meaning and etymology of the place named Kemet? And see, one thing about being a scholar is that you have to know what your limitations are. And you have to know, again, the domain, the scope of the domain of the research question, and what it takes to answer that. And so what people keep forgetting is that philology is not linguistics, right? And philology is simply the study and analysis of text. But that is the study and analysis of text does not convey upon you the skills to analyze something linguistically. Linguistics is a totally different field. And so the problem is that whether it's Dr. Mario Beatty, whether it's Brother Smash, whether it's Brother Reggie, or anybody else on the other side, or Netter Neb. Well, Netter Neb is trying to understand, but he doesn't have the skill set yet to answer the question, and they're trying to answer the question, the linguistic question, non-linguistically. And that's
What?
the problem. Yes. So that's why in my presentation I stuck to method, and I kept reiterating what the research question was. So I'm the one who brought this up. I'm the source of this debate. You're not hearing this from anybody else. I, Brother Asar Imhotep, am the source of the modern debate on the place name Kemet. And I'm telling you what the research question is. And so for you to try to debate me on the research question without using the proper tools in the proper field is wrong. So we have a situation here where the research question is, what is the meaning, which is the field of semantics and the etymology, which requires the field of historical comparative linguistics, of the place name Kemet. And you're trying to show me pictures of black people on the walls.
What?
Exactly. That's what they're trying to do in trying to answer the question, which is a linguistic question, with non-linguistic so-called evidence, which is irrelevant to the question.
That's a history. That's if they doing that. That's for history, not
That's
linguistics.
exactly. And so that's what they're not comprehending, and why they're switching their answers and everything every couple months in videos and stuff like this, contradicting themselves and contradicting Sheikh Anta Diop. Because at first, remember when we first, was it this, you're going against Sheikh Anta Diop and da 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 da. And they're going against Sheikh Anta Diop because Sheikh Anta Diop didn't argue for no damn black bulls, and that's what Kemet meant. And he argued against it meaning black land, that it meant black people, and he was vehement on that. And so for those who are accepting that it means black land, you're going against the very argument that Sheikh Anta Diop established in 1977. So they don't even know like the scope of how their arguments contradict the quote unquote master teachers.
That's embarrassing.
But hold on one sec. I want to welcome 42 Tribes and Brother Faladay to the program. Welcome, good brothers.
Thank you. Is my mic working?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, StreamYard doesn't really give it back to you. So for the most part, I just have one kind of big question. But I'd like Brother Faude to to introduce himself before I get into that? Can you come back to me on that? But it's really just one big question. Then I'm probably going to run to the gym. I might still listen.
All right.
Hey guys, hey brother Asar,
Peace,
brother
peace.
Yao, and brother Leona. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Peace, peace. Good, good.
So I guess I'll let because I have like several questions. So I guess I'll let brother 42 take the stage, and then I'll jump in.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. We'll start off with the big juicy one first. So I'm curious now. I'm going to get 4 questions because this one I've been meaning to ask. I'm going to try to shorten it, but if you need me to elaborate, I can do that. From what I've learned studying mostly your methods, Asar, and comparative linguistics, you're basically doing what they did with Indo-European, adding semantics, probably some other things that I don't know about. And that's mostly what you're doing. Because I remember you were talking to 2 guys who were kind of having a Twitter beef, and I can't find that broadcast, but one was agreeing with you and disagreeing. And I think like that point never got to the person who was disagreeing with you, how you're basically doing what they did with Indo-European instead of Greenberg, and how the methods are different. So that's like part of the question. The other part of the question is that one of the reasons why I know the methods are similar, because I listen to people lecture about how they did Indo-European, and the reason why they say they can't do it with African languages kind of reminds me of the debate with whether or not you can read hieroglyphics, because they say that the languages are too old and too far apart. But it's one of those things where if you can do it, then they ain't too old and they're not too far apart because you can do it. So that's me trying to elaborate as much as possible, but that's my inquiry.
Alrighty. Well, if I understand correctly, let me just say that, part of my process is based on my understanding of how science is done. And the theoretical issues and the paradigms surrounding, just the natural sciences, let's say physics, astrophysics, things of that nature, right? And so, the requirements that I have for answering certain questions is very, very tight and very rigorous. And a lot of these folks don't have that background and or don't have that interest. Like I have a whole section of my library that's just research methods in various different fields of inquiry, whether we're talking about sociology, whether we're talking about psychology, whether we're talking about mathematics, whether we're talking about physics, whether we're talking about linguistics and the like. I just purchase books on research methods, right? And so I'm a stickler when it comes to the methods. Now, with the Indo-European, a lot of the success of Indo-European is because of the many languages that the language was written down to some degree, right? Some more elaborately, some just very few texts, but nonetheless, a lot of the languages had writing. And so this was the issue with the African languages. So they assumed because the African languages did not have an abundance of writing, that the comparative method would not apply to the African languages. And this is something that Theophilo Benga and others have argued against. And this is part of the reason why the Greenberg method was developed. because they was assuming that, you know, it would this is something that I've come to discover the more and more I read different schools of thought in their practices, that a lot of times there's information that is being stated as fact that in fact is just someone's opinion that got popular without any type of research to back that up. And getting back to the science aspect of it, as a scientist, we look for patterns, logical patterns in the data. You know, like one of the things that I'm continuing in my studies in is in like data science and data structures and the like, and how to recognize these key trends and key patterns, you know, in the research. And you know, this is what you look for in historical comparative linguistics when you're doing the sound meaning correspondences. And so, you know, a lot of people's opposition to, for example, someone like me who would compare Yoruba, Chiluba, Bantu, ancient Egyptian, and Sumerian. Well, you can't do that. They belong to different quote unquote language phylums. Not understanding that these language phylums are pseudo language phylums, language families. They weren't based on any rigorous process that eliminated chance, because that's what science tries to do. This is why you have all these different types of experiments and you do them over and over so that you can eliminate chance and coincidence as one of the possible reasons for the patterns that you're seeing in the data. And this is what the comparative method, you know, allows. And so when people actually use the actual comparative method with African languages, they see that it works. And that's what Jean-Claude Mboli and others who have utilized the comparative method have discovered. And when we do it and we provide results that cannot be the result of chance, this scares a lot of folks because they built their careers arguing the opposite. But then we tell them to prove it and they can't. And this is the source of a lot of frustration. And so it's you know, in these types of arguments, part of the issue is not having a serious historical comparative linguistics background and not having a scientific background, and understanding the processes for establishing facts, and the need for multiple levels of agreements, you know, based on different types of experimentation. That's why, for example, in the upcoming book that on race and identity in ancient Egypt, volume 1, towards the meaning of the place named Kemet, I approach the research question from many different angles, because if what I'm arguing is true, it's going to be true no matter what type of experimentation that I do regarding the, you know, analysis of the terms in ancient Egyptian, especially, you know, of course, more focused on the meaning of the place name Kemet. And so when I'm able to do these different experiments, in quotations, this is linguistics, you don't do experiments, but for the sake of familiarity, when I'm doing these experiments, you know, and they all agree, then you have to take what I'm saying seriously. And I would expect right now this book is over 400 pages long. Anyone trying to refute what I'm saying is going to have to do something near equivalent, because I'm not coming with just one particular I'm not coming from one angle. And matter of fact, in all 6 areas of philology, I break up chapter 3 into all 6 areas in terms of phonology and semantics, and then uh, the history, culture, and the phonology. Excuse me, not the phonology, the philology. Those are the extra linguistic issues. And so anyone trying to argue against what I'm saying is going to have to go through all of those different fields and the pragmatics and the like, and be able to show consistent results, analyzing it from all those different angles. And a lot of folks just aren't willing to do that. And that's fine. Everyone, isn't built for that life. And it's cool.
Can I follow up on something before I pass the mic?
Go ahead.
Thanks, because I think it'd be great to, especially for reasonable skeptics, to show how things are different than the methods that were used for Indo-European. Because one of the main ways I've defended Asar's methods is I say it's because a lot of times they'll accuse you of using borrowed words, and I'm like, a lot of these words they're also corresponding with grammar, semantics, which I don't know if I'm pronouncing right, and with Nesubidi, it was also paronymy. And I don't think people really grasp how that makes your argument stronger. Like a lot of people kind of samboic, so they'll hear that and they'll be like, it's some voodoo, and it's words that we don't typically use. They'll start, oh, he's Afrocentric, and I'm like, if you know what these words are and what they're saying, it's making the argument foolproof, because you don't borrow words and paronymy and grammar and the philosophy behind the word, because that's kind of how I understand semantics. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would be great to demonstrate, because if people don't know and they assume you got too many tap shoes wearers out there, and they get to calling it Afrocentric and voodoo stuff and all that.
And that's why I collectively call them the emotionals, because they only have emotional responses to scientific inquiry. And we got to remember that for a lot of us, linguistics, we have never been introduced to that. You didn't take linguistics as a field of study no time from kindergarten to 12th grade. And if you went into college and studied linguistics, that was a singular track that's something that all freshmen did not have to take. Right? It's not a required course. So it is alien to a lot of us, because we over here in the United States, especially in the Black and Afrocentric community, we never use that tool when writing about African American history, writing about African history, and the like. It was only when Cheikh Anta Diop, Theophilo Benga came on the scene that linguistics was introduced to a lot of us. But even still, we did not on our own, collectively, I'm saying, go study that field. We didn't understand the importance of that field. And because it is not something that you interact with on a daily basis, the concepts, the rules, the theories, the logic is foreign to a lot of folks. It's just like quantum mechanics or group theory in mathematics. Like these aren't conversation pieces that you have around the dinner table. So, it's understandable why many of us can't grasp and don't understand exactly what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Which is why, like my books are so thick, because I try to, as much as possible, give the foundational source material. I'm trying to teach my readers the processes and to give them source material that they can learn more on their own so that they can come back and understand my work better. Because
I'm sorry.
No, because when Shekanti Joke wrote, he didn't give a damn about the lay reader. He just put the stuff in there, and he was speaking directly to the academics. Same thing with Theophilo Benga. He's speaking directly to the academics. And so there's very few scholars who go through the process of teaching the lay reader. And Jean-Claude Mboli is one of those individuals. His book is a textbook on historical comparative linguistics. Unfortunately, for us over here who aren't native French speakers, he's doing it not only for the academics, but for the lay community, but for the Francophone community. And what I'm trying to do is for the English-speaking community to bring these ideas and to bring these thoughts to have them as part of your everyday experience when you're researching Africana studies. And so now, I won't be one of the few Black folks who's doing classical African historical studies who utilizes this as one of his tools. And so, the continental Africans, they have this on lock. So I can bring up Oscar Pafuma, Dr. Om Ndiji, Dr. Abubakar Musalam, right? Dr. What's his name? Modupe Oduyoye, for example, who utilize this tool when reconstructing African history. Because they have an advantage over us over here because we only speak English, but they speak several languages and they have access to the languages and the cultures. So they understand it more readily and they adapt to the linguistic process faster than we do over here. So we're actually far behind here in the United States as far as Africana studies is concerned. In terms of utilizing certain tools, certain academic tools, like linguistics. So
what you're saying, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So what you're saying is like I'm just going back a little bit, but not too far. You're saying that the thing with linguistics, that whole discipline, you gotta really put in that work in to understand it. And if you don't understand it, you can you can mess up and make horrible mistakes.
Yes, because it's mathematics. Now, keep in mind that linguistics is a catch-all term, right? And the term encompasses a lot of subfields, right? And I was preparing a presentation on linguistics, and I was originally going to do it this weekend, but I was like, no, because I got a conference coming up next weekend, the Check Out the Joke conference, and I need to work on my presentation. So I halted, this presentation. I'll just share my screen real quick, but just a preview of. Share my screen, right? So I can see the screen, right? So let me from current slide so y'all can see, hopefully. So you see there's different branches of linguistics. So when you say linguistics, you're not that's like saying humanities, right?
Yeah, history is part of the humanities.
It's an all-encompassing term. So there's different branches of linguistics. So you have sociolinguistics. These are all dealing with, for the most part, modern day linguistics and how social structures, culture, and politics play in the use of language. Then you have applied linguistics. Applied linguistics is dealing with folks who, there's many different aspects of applied linguistics, but you may be more familiar with with language learning, like if you want to learn a foreign language, and or if you're trying to if somebody has speech impediments and the like. So part of the kind of more of the healthcare field aspect, like say you was in a car accident and you did something, you damage your frontal lobe and you're going through the healing process and recovering, you're trying to learn how to speak. So applied linguistics falls under that. Then you have computational linguistics. That's more so what I do in terms of my training, right? Because this is what is going to be useful for those of us who code, who are in computer science, especially when we're dealing with artificial intelligence, or we're doing with translation, developing translation softwares, or speech recognition and the like, or just even studying the grammar and things of other, software languages. So, people keep forgetting that the study of software languages is part of the linguistic process. You're just studying formal languages. We have formal and informal languages. So an informal language is human speech. It is in terms of English and German and Kiswahili. Those are natural human informal languages. But a formal language is something like mathematics or PHP or Code Fusion or .NET and JavaScript and things of that nature, right? These are formal, very reduced, but very precise and logical systems. So you have to study mathematics, you have to study logic in order to, do well in computational linguistics and the like, right? So then you have comparative linguistics. And so this is more so synchronic linguistics, but from a comparative nature. Then you have historical linguistics. Historical linguistics is when you study language evolution over time. And then there's historical comparative linguistics. So those number 6 and number 7 is combined. That's what Jean-Claude Mboli and Theophilo Benga and other Indo-Europeanists and the like do. They combine historical linguistics. They're concerned with the evolution of the language over time, but in conjunction, they're not only studying one language, which you're studying different languages and their evolutions over time, with the hopes of reconstructing the proto-language. So when 6 and 7 are combined, you have historical comparative linguistics. Then you have stylistics, and then you have, psycholinguistics, and there's some others, that you can consider. So when you say linguistics, like, it's a broad field, and there's and again, not too many of us enter these fields. This isn't something, I can't ever recall a linguist coming to my high school saying what they do for a living. Right? We're just not introduced to that. So when somebody like myself and others introduce this tool or introduce this field in Africana studies, a lot of people are lost because they don't understand the dynamics that are involved, in it. And so when you're talking about linguistics, you're talking about essentially three areas, three structures in terms of three main areas and concern. You're talking about structure, meaning, and context. So under structure, you have phonology, grammar, syntax, morphology, and then meaning, which is the semantics, lexical semantics, phrasal semantics, pragmatics, which is the study of meaning and context. Right? So your philology will be useful in pragmatics, right? If you're studying ancient texts, and you have context, again, the study of meaning and context, and then historical linguistics, psycholinguistics, sociolinguistics, et cetera, et cetera. It's the context for which things are. So there's these, and then you have the theoretical linguistics, that's phonology, morphology, syntax, structure, semantics, historical linguistics. These all fall under the theoretical rubrics. And notice that this isn't science in a sense. Like phonetics is one of the few branches in the neurolinguistics, which falls under psycholinguistics, is more so akin to the hard sciences part, because you're actually dealing with physics or biology, right? But then you have the interdisciplinary linguistics. That means that there's areas of linguistics that you need other disciplines to interact with it to answer certain research questions. So that's where you have the sociolinguistics, because you got to involve sociology and anthropology, and sometimes archaeology, discourse analysis, and then of course computational and corpus linguistics. So you have to involve mathematics and logic and computer science, and then of course applied linguistics and language education, foreign language education, translation studies, lexicography, etc. Like these folks are the ones who do the dictionaries and the like. So y'all seeing
Really?
how complex this is, right? More subfields of applied. This is just applied linguistics, right? You have forensic linguistics. I'm studying forensic linguistics as well. And that's a very interesting field of linguistics. You have clinical linguistics, second language learning, literary, critical discourse analysis. Like this stuff you're not going to study just by doing Google searches trying to argue against me on a point.
So
Right.
the average cat on the street can't tackle that and be good at it like in a
No.
few years or so.
No, if they dedicate themselves and they got like a few years and they're serious, they'll gain a lot of knowledge. But if you hear me today make a statement and you disagree with it, you just can't go on Google tomorrow and then try to argue against me and be successful in it. That's what a lot of Negro PNs attempt to do in these internet streets. Right. And so one of the things that I wanted to highlight here was, because I wanted to answer this question, like people tell me his training's in computer science. What does that have to do with linguistics? Why you connecting yourself with linguistics? Right. So, I'll get more into this when I actually do the lecture, but this is from this website that I'm citing here. This is from the University of Arizona. right? Is what is linguistics and why study it? So we'll skip, that. But it's interesting when it talks about, careers with a BA in linguistics only. So you can receive linguistics, you can teach English, receive your BA in linguistics, coupled with excellent multilingual skills and work as a translator, right? It says receive a BA in linguistics coupled with a concentration of courses in computer science and obtain a position in a company like Macintosh, IBM, Microsoft, creating computers that can comprehend and produce human languages.
Woo!
Right? Skip some more. Receive a BA in linguistics and go on. So it's saying that just with the linguistics only, a career with the BA in linguistics only. So now careers with a BA in linguistics plus 2 or 3 years of additional graduate training. So with that, you receive your BA. This you go on master's degree in education and teach English as a second language, blah, blah, blah. Receive a BA in linguistics and go on for graduate degree in another field. For example, many of our graduates in recent years have gone on to law school. Linguistics teaches excellent analytic and writing skills needed in fields like law. So you didn't think you would need linguistics to be a good lawyer in the research. How do you think the lawyers come with the deep law jargon, reading material and the small print that you got to sign, when you sign up for software and you buy your car and all that? Many of them have background in linguistics, right? I'm showing you that linguistics is useful not only to Africologists, but a whole group of people. But okay, so now you're getting into, BA with an additional 45 years of additional graduate training. Get your PhD in linguistics and teach at a university, or you can get, receive a BA in linguistics coupled with courses in computer science. Why do they keep bringing up computer science? In philosophy or psychology, you go for a PhD in cognitive sciences in order to teach at a college university problems involving language and artificial intelligence, right? And so when you see, this field called the cognitive sciences, and you see that intersectionality between philosophy, linguistics, anthropology, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, computer science in general, and psychology, you'll see how all of these interact with each other. So anybody sitting here talking about, computer science, know nothing about linguistics, it's just stupid. We have to study linguistics in order for us to do our computer science in this modern age. And so you have, for example, now they didn't have this, back in 1998 when I first went to school. The combined degree of linguistics and computer science. So you can get that now. So at UCLA, you can go to the University of Illinois, right? Computer science and linguistics and computer science. And this is something that I wanted to enter into this conversation again. This is Dr. Modupe Odeoye. He is a theologian and a linguist out of Nigeria. He says, any student of African beliefs or of any pre-literate society who does not have this tool, philology and linguistics, is severely handicapped. Any researcher who undervalues it does so at his own peril, for language has preserved for us the inner living history of a man's soul. Emphasize living. Language has been described as the oldest living witness to history. Without linguistic corroboration, archaeological evidence is tantalizingly inarticulate. And here's a challenge, to use Professor Idowu's words. Each one of us must get to know his or her own people thoroughly and approach their belief reverently and sympathetically, because we possess that which is key to their soul, the language. And so he's showing here, if you're trying to do Africana studies and you don't have linguistics as one of your tools, you are handicapped. And that's exactly why a lot of these folks, and I'm not saying that I can't be wrong, right? I never come with that attitude. But when you don't even know the proper procedures and you don't have the proper tools in your toolbox to have an articulate discussion about the subject, you come up with all these crazy hypotheses and facts and think you're saying something profound and deep, right? So we'll get into the full lecture when I finish that in the near future, but I hope that brings some clarity to the discourse. I'm sorry.
What books could you recommend to the people that are basics in linguistics? Like any beginner preschool books, like
I have an intro to linguistics course on my website, and then I have book recommendations, and I even give you some, if you take the course, and it's not expensive at all. I give you the books. There's many books. There's that's the thing.
But
So,
in listening to what you were just now saying, Asar, I think it's good to also mention that with that conversation, that kind of conversation of computer science, people don't have a degree in linguistics, or that's not associated with linguistics, is the fact that a lot of the prominent linguists, people that we'll call linguists, air quote linguists, also do not have a degree in linguistics at all. And so that needs to be reminded.
That was the next few slides. Let me. Oh, so
was it easy for people in the back seats,
Before you
because
pull
people,
those, I gotta hop out.
Funny. All right, no doubt.
So
I appreciate you.
I want to say thank you. Thanks a lot. And yeah, I'd love to see that, especially after people get some background. That with the slides that you're showing right now, when you do that completely. But I'd love to see a follow up where you go into how you improve the method that create, like the historical comparative method. I keep saying the one that created Indo-European, but you know what I mean. So
indeed.
So I think I think everyone needs to pay attention to this part here, because I've seen questions in the past and even questions in the chat now in terms of degrees. And so
like you don't need a degree in linguistics to do linguistics. You need it to teach linguistics at the university level, which is why, for example, Theophilo Benga, when he was here in the United States and he taught at San Francisco State and he taught here in Philly at Temple University, he didn't teach in the linguistics departments. He taught in the history and African studies departments. Why? Because that's what his education is in. He has an MA in philosophy, an MA in education, and an MA in history. And his PhD is in history, not linguistics. But he's taken courses, he's gotten certificates. You can get postdoc certificates for continued studies in certain areas. So he did that with Egyptology, he did that with linguistics, but he does not have a PhD or a master's in linguistics. And there's people trying to argue with me like yes, he does, like no, he doesn't. And so, for example, like you can look at this website, what is this, from Live Planet, from planetearth.org, and it has an article written as type, Past Afrocentricity, Reassessing Cheikh Anta Diop's Place in the Afrocentric Frame. African writers have been marginalized and grouped as Afrocentrists, in quotes, but for all Afrocentrism's rage against the dogmatism of the last 500 years of European hegemony, it is itself dogmatic. So this, you can, see the link up there, when you come back. And it's written by Lafayette Gaston. It's for the Liberator magazine, and published in 2009, right? And so in this in this article here, he starts talking about the Dakar School, the building of an African cadre of Egyptologists. The foremost of Diop's students is his protege, Theophilo Benga. Benga in Bochi, which is the language that he speaks, first learned about Diop's work in the 1960s. And as you see in his quotes, I mean, these brackets here, these are footnotes. So this is, for proof of that, you go to footnote number 34. Meeting him through friends while studying at the University of Bordeaux in France, the two eventually became close, sharing ideas and traveling together. Diop, having witnessed the ideological dogmatism of the academy in his own attempt to obtain his PhD, advised. So this is something that you gotta keep in mind. Is just some side information that's very relevant. It says Diop, having witnessed the ideological dogmatism of the academy in his own attempt to obtain his PhD. So remember, they kept denying him a PhD because of the position that he was holding in regards to the Africanness of the ancient Egyptians and their relationship to African people. They kept denying him the PhD. So he gave Theophilo Obenga, because Obenga didn't have his PhD just yet. So when Obenga was going for his PhD, he gave him this advice. It says, thus, after having studied at the University of Geneva, Obenga studied both Egyptology and linguistics while at the Sorbonne, taking classes, receiving his PhD in history. His dissertation was written on the Kingdom of Congo. So he went in and got his PhD on something that was not going to be controversial. So he got his PhD in history, and his dissertation was written on the Kingdom of Congo, just so he can get the letters. And then he went and did, the work that he wanted to do. And anybody going through a PhD program, they'll tell you, do what you need to do to get the degree. And then you focus on what you really want to focus on. Because, that process, they really kind of narrow down and chip away at your initial idea for your dissertation. So when you go down, you see that as footnote number 35. So we go down to 35, you see it's two aspects of the note. So he's citing here Christopher Gray's book, Conceptions of History and the Works of Cheikh Diop and Theophilo Benga. You can get that on Amazon right now. And then Theophilo Benga, personal communication. So it's backed up by his conversation with Theophilo Benga, that is what his degree is in, history. So he has no degrees in linguistics. He did like what a lot of us did, took courses in linguistics. And so when we talk about Cheikh Anta Diop, he too took courses in linguistics. Matter of fact, Dr. Lilius Holmberger was one of his teachers. Where he got the idea of the unity of African languages. It was a white woman linguist who first made those arguments before Diop. So his BAs in philosophy, his MAs in chemistry, his PhD, he got two actual MAs, and a PhD, I believe it one says history, but I think it's actually in like cultural anthropology, but not linguistics, not in Egyptology or the like, right? So when we go to good old Christopher Arrett, all his degrees are in linguistics. In history. None are in linguistics. He teaches at UCLA. And what department does he teach in? The history department. He doesn't teach in the linguistics department. Who is this? Another major figure that when you study linguistics, African linguistics at least, you're going to come across, Dr. Roger Blinch. But his degrees are in social anthropology. And so this idea that, you have to have degrees in linguistics to be considered a linguist and to make contributions into linguistics is ridiculous. And of course, we got good old Joseph Greenberg, who was not a linguist. He was a social anthropologist. And so he even has an article that he wrote in 1986 called On Being a Linguistic Anthropologist. He discusses his education in linguistics and why, for him, not getting a degree in linguistics is an advantage because he was not forced to accept a dogma. Matter of fact, it's interesting because when you read the beginning of Mboli's book, because he's an electrical engineer by initial training, he says essentially the same thing. And so this is from the article that Greenberg wrote. From the foregoing account, it should be also clear that I did not have any coherent training in linguistics. I became an anthropologist by training, but to a large extent, I made myself into a linguist. That means he self-studied. Paradoxical as it may seem, the absence of an organized program in linguistics turned out, I believe, to be an intellectual advantage. It meant that I had no fixed emotional or intellectual commitment to the structuralist approach which dominated American linguistics during the earlier part of my career. Right, and I won't read all of this.
But yet, everyone that you named is actually called a linguist by the general population. Greenberg, especially, he is referred to as a linguist. In fact, so much so that people use his classification system as if it's no tomorrow. The breakup of African languages into the 4 superphyla of Afro-Asiatic, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, Khoisan, that is coming out of Greenberg and his camp. And he is not a degreed linguist, but yet he is seen and touted as a linguist as if there's absolutely no problem at blinks of an eye. And so that just needs to be understood. When people can't defeat an argument, they start to talk sideways and claim for you, specifically Asar, that you don't have a degree in linguistics. And that's their argument. And that's a logical fallacy. That bears no, has no merit in the conversation. And they're reaching for straws at that point.
Can I add as well? Ooh, sorry.
But it only happens, now mind you, it only happens when they're unable to defeat an argument. But when it's all hoorah and punchy glory and rosy peachy, things like that are never said. It's Asar the linguist.
Can I add to what Ujawu just said?
Go ahead.
I remember when well, like I'm like a couple months away from my bachelor's in history, and there was a professor who I knew, who she like asked me what type of historian would I want to be, you know, when I get my master's and PhD, and I was like, I'd like to be like Dr. Clark. And keep in mind, this is a non-black woman, by the way, and she said he's a poor historian. So one time, there was a professor who was from WashU she was part of like the Africana studies, I guess, curriculum down in WashU, and she spoke in the classroom about her new book. And in her new book, she mentions Dr. Clark and Jacob Carruthers. And I asked a question, and I said, Dr. Badasi, you know, when you mention Dr. Clark and Carruthers, white academia tends to act like that those two people don't exist. And you know what she told me? She said, you gotta be careful because just because a person is not mainstream, they can still be like John Henrik Clark and Dr. Carruthers are still revered in the Africana studies, black studies, you know, curriculum, etc. So that's what I want to add. You know.
Indeed, indeed. I know we took up some. I know there were some questions earlier, but I want to get to Brother Faladay. He said he had a couple or a number.
He probably forgot his questions.
He didn't went to sleep. Hold on. Well, let me answer this. Sat 12 says, Asarum said, if you say the word Kemet has nothing to do with race, why put it on the cover of the book on race? And if the meaning has to do with the characteristic of land, is that important? My simple reply is read the book. I'm going to explain all that over again. Let's see. This is coming out in 2023, hopefully March. I think he was having some technical difficulties. What is this? Sometimes primordialist approach to African language is important in order to minimize erroneous assumptions. I don't know what that means. It says the Negro Bulls. Oh, they're gonna be mad when I show how Kim becomes a word for bull in the text. That whole argument is gonna fall. It already failed because it's just unsubstantiated. But he's not gonna have no wiggle room to run around this. So yeah, y'all having a different discussion. I just got to go back in time. Are you okay, Brother Falade? Your audio working?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. It always kicks me out. Yeah, but yeah, what you showed on the screen was perfect because when I see all these arguments, it's like no one actually talks about the science because you doing historical comparative linguistics, there is a process, and for you to even start talking about it, you need to understand the methods basically. And I believe
Yeah, so I think you should mute because you sound like you're digging in a bag of chips or something.
yeah.
Some pop fries.
But like in some of the shows that you've done, you've shown actual equations. Because I think that you have like a recursion equation you use to do the uh comparatives. So no one has even I've not even seen anyone talk about that, which shows that clearly they have no actual knowledge on what they're talking about. So just to the audience, like, when you watch or when you look at someone try to show a proof, they have to actually have proof. They have to actually show you what they're doing. And that's how any professional does it. And if anyone is not doing it that way, they are not a professional. That's just all I have to say on that matter. But regarding my questions, um, so talking about linguistics, and I see that since you're like a professional with that, and you studied computer science, did you ever come across, or did you ever get to take any class on complexity theory?
Not in regards to linguistics.
Okay.
And so with because it's not going to get that deep into the math. You may get as far as like even game theory, but complexity theory, I'm not saying it hasn't. There's no one who hasn't done it. I just haven't come across it.
Okay. Yeah, because like I've been off for like a week or so, so I've been having some time to study on some African stuff. I've been watching some of Brother Wujawa's videos. I love your transliterations, by the way. Um, and it looks like part of the tools that we might need as African scholars would be, so in the case of complexity theory, to understand our sculptures, our designs, our the things that we were doing, the the things that motivated the previous people to do the things that they do, to do the designs that we see on sculptures, what they mean. um so yeah, I don't want to drag us on that, but I feel like that's another tool that we need, so that when we deal with you know other people, we are over equipped. Like when we talk about anything, like for example, the way you handle um your comparisons are beautiful. Like you bring out the backbone of African languages, and if people are not seeing that, I don't even, because to me that's one of the reasons why, because I'm a Yoruba person. I speak Yoruba, and when you do it, I see exactly what you're saying. Like it's just clear as daylight. So yeah. So yeah, I feel that complexity, we need to add that into our tools to understand what our ancestors were doing, what the objects of power that we see, what they actually represent. But to my second question, what does
Hold on, before you go to that one, so I
okay.
don't forget. You remind me though of Dr. Ron Eglash, who's the mathematician, but he has a book called African Fractals.
Okay.
Have you read that text?
No.
Uh, um, I think you should get it. It's African Fractals: Modern Computing and Indigenous Design.
Okay, I'll check it out for sure.
All right, and
Yeah.
then you need to get Dr. Bangura's books. Um, his
Ben Gura? I've never heard of
Bang,
that person.
uh, how can I? Yeah, Dr. Abdul Kareem Bangura, and he has a text called African Mathematics: From Bones to Computers. I've interviewed him on my program. He's actually reviewed, a couple of chapters in my Alludia Volume 2 text. And he's a brother with 5 PhDs.
Oh wow.
Well,
One, yeah, he's from Liberia. And he has a degree in political science. He has a degree in mathematics. He has a degree in linguistics. He has a degree in computer science. And he has a degree in economics.
Oh wow.
So again, you see the computer science, linguistics, like
Uh-huh.
they go hand in hand. Like people don't really understand. Matter of fact, computer science would be, in many respects, is really kind of an interdisciplinary. I mean, all disciplines are technically interdisciplinary, but it is really a cross between logic, mathematics, linguistics, and electrical engineering and physics. Depending on, like if you're going into artificial intelligence, you start building robots and stuff like that, you have to study physics,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Sure.
But and so when you do a computer science degree, you automatically do linguistics or mathematics. and you'll see people going into those degree programs, all the time. So it's not surprising at all when you come across it. But he has a book called he has a gang of books. Like, he has no life whatsoever. To have 5 PhDs and the amount of books, he got books on research methods. He's a Muslim brother, so he deals with a lot of reconciliation
for sure
with Islam and all this other kind. He has a catalog, a serious catalog, but many in that realm. So let me see. It's another book he has, and I think that's along those lines. I'll just have to see, but definitely From Bones to Computers, the African mathematics, and you should really, and even if you can get a chance to get his Branches of Asanteism. So he has a book dedicated to Dr. Molefe Kete Asante, and he talks about his contribution, and then he deals with a number of scholars that ground themselves in Afrocentricity, but he has several different chapters of his own contributions, and with the mathematics and looking at complex design and things. So I don't know if he's using the same language or the same field as you, but that would be a good start. Ron Eglash and Dr. Bangura, Kareem, Abdul Kareem Bangura.
All right, bro.
Right. All right. I'm sorry. So go to you.
Okay, so the name of your book, Aluja. What would be a Yoruba cognate? Because I've never heard you say what the Yoruba cognate would be.
I'm not sure, because I've only dealt with, as far as that term is concerned, looking at cognates between ancient Egyptian and Chiluba, and it's more immediate neighbors, like with Kikongo, for example, or Lingala. For that term, I don't recall doing an analysis to see if that term is found in the Yoruba language.
Okay. Well, if you ever find something, just let us know.
I will. So now I got an assignment. So definitely. All righty. Any other? Go ahead.
Question number 3. So I've been reading on rainmaking, and I know you did a video on science and voodoo, and in some of the things I'm reading, I'm coming across, they say that the rainmakers, like there are plants that maybe turn a particular way or bloom in a particular way when rain wants to fall, for example. But in your studies with regards to Africa and linguistics and words related to rain and rainmaking, can you tell us anything about anything regarding rainmaking?
Hold on one sec. That's a lecture unto itself, and to a large extent, I'm still continuing my research in that, because I want to do an update to the Nesubiti. I mentioned it in Nesubiti, but for the most part in passing. But the first kings, in many respects, first, of course, is just the head of household, and then the larger the compound gets, and then it becomes a small village.
Yeah.
And what we're calling a kingship is really just the senior head of that family, that particular lineage, and it just kind of escalates from there. But in many respects, the king took on either he initially was, or he took on the role of being the rainmaker. And even in ancient Egypt, that 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 cultural aspect is still there, even though they didn't have rain. How they checked it in ancient Kemet is that now he becomes the whole master. And he's the one who can dig the canals, dig the ditches, dig the irrigation channels, and allow the Nile, like, in other words, he has control of the Nile, and he's the one who can bring water to you, which is why you'll see in many of the reliefs the king actually having a mer hole in his hand.
Yes, I've seen
Matter
that.
of fact, I think, and Wujawu could correct me, and as a matter of fact, we could just look it up. I think even on the Narmer palette,
Yep,
you see
definitely.
Narmer
Yeah.
with a hole in his hand. Let me see. Let me be a Google scholar real quick. Nope, I don't think so. Hold on, not on the Narmer. Or does he? Hold on.
I think it's the Mace of Scorpion. I think. The Mace of Scorpion. Okay,
Yeah, he has
Scorpion.
a mace in his hand. There's one relief where you see the king, and I don't know who it is, that has the hole in his hand.
No, he's right. It's the mace head of Scorpion King. It's the I have it. I could put it on the screen. It's the mace head of Scorpion that has a Scorpion King. He's holding the hoe, but it's a few of them. But that's a particular one that was mentioned.
Okay, yeah. So I knew it was one of them old ones, but yeah, if you could share your screen, I can.
Oh, okay. Let me just. It's actually a small picture. I thought I had a big one. I got a big one somewhere, but I'll just put this one. I think people can see it. This is the Scorpion. It's kind of blurry because the quality is not my biggest picture. I gotta find it, but I'll put it on the screen for y'all. Oh, sorry. The way I'm sharing my
You thinking
screen.
this is
Give me a
Zoom
second.
hangout?
Yeah. Plus the way I was sharing it. Give me 1 second. Shouldn't take this long to share something. Where is it? No. What do I have? What do I have? Where is it? Here we go. All right. It's gonna show up like as my camera. So
Okay, I'll just make you
that one
full
there,
screen.
he's holding the
Yeah.
hole.
Yeah, so that's kind of an evolution of that same, rain culture, because the king is the one who brings rain, and he's the essential rainmaker. He has the relationship with the gods, with the black gods. When we talk about black cows and black storm gods, because it all has to deal with water. Which I discussed in Nesubiti. I discussed in Illusion Volume 2, and we're going to rediscuss it some more again in the race and ethnicity text. That it has to deal with rain, it has to deal with water, and so and there's this other text that I have to finish reading. I haven't finished reading, but it has to deal with saying the rainmaking kings in East Africa, and it's been providing some good jewels. But yeah, it's rain like is very simple, or very humble beginnings, we should say, that a lot of these later elaborate concepts come from. I see he's sharing something else. Yeah.
It's just a
So why
color picture.
why would the king have a hoe? Why? Yeah, because he's trying to dig. He's the one who digs the ditches. He's the one who digs the canals and lets the water flow. And so it from the early concept of rainmaking, it extends to just prosperity in general, right? And so it is rain that allows for a community to flourish. Just like for the ancient Egyptians, it was the Nile, not the Mediterranean Sea. You're not going to do nothing with that little asshole for the Mediterranean Sea. It's for the Nile. The Nile was the center of everything.
Yep. That's crazy.
And
it was
thanks for the
crazy is that
reminder. Well, I'll just real quickly. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Tamika. There's 3,000 people that's watching the video, so I need at least 1,500 likes. So I need each and every one of you to. Already. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Oh no, what was I gonna say?
And actually, I'll be right back. So you're the host now for Brother Wujako, so keep going.
Oh no, okay. Well, I was just gonna say that Mediterranean versus the Nile. No one calls ancient Egypt the Mediterranean Valley civilization. They always refer to it as the Nile Valley civilization. And that's really a shout out to those people who try to forcibly make ancient Egypt a Mediterranean culture in the way that they intend to do that. But the Nile was everything to the people, and that's just everything about the culture, everything about the so-called religious systems that was in place, the festivals, the livelihood, everything dependent on the Nile, the waters from the Nile. And even the word, there's a word that's related to the river, the Itaru, which is the word for river. There's a word sa'unk. It's the word unk with an S, causative S in front of it. And the river is said to sa'unk the rest of Egypt. And the word sa'unk means to cause to live, but we would reduce that to an English word, in living. So the river is what provided life to the kingdom. It was nothing said of the Mediterranean Sea. It was all about that river.
Yeah, that's fascinating because I never compared the pharaoh to a rainmaker, but that's interesting.
Yeah, so if you turn the corner with that rainmaker and just say water provider, then the king was responsible for commanding the channels to be dug. And we have to remember that every time the Nile flood, every inundation, right after the water started to recede back, everybody had to get busy and redig the channels and canals and irrigation systems, because the flood would mess them up and damage them, the ones that are closer to the river. all the tributaries and things. They had to refashion those, and so that was a big thing. That was a huge thing every year that they would do that. So there you have it. And in fact, are you familiar with the word sapat?
No.
Okay, well, there's an Egyptian word, sapat, and we conventionally pronounce it that way, but it's referred to as sapat. That's the indigenous Egyptian word for what the Greeks call gnomes. The 42 gnomes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I,
so there. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just I didn't know that. I'm just like
Just letting you
nodding
know
my
I'm back.
head.
Yeah, so the 42 gnomes, the like I said, the indigenous word would be sapat or saput or sapwet if you pronounce it. Depends on who you talk to. The plural. And if you look at the glyph for a sapat, it's actually a cross section of irrigation system. And so right there, all 42 major so-called gnomes are represented in the glyphs with an intersection of water channels. And so Kemet as an entire entity would be a collection of local places that are represented by a system of water channels. So, just wanted to kind of put that exclamation on the fact about, water, and how even Egypt, as it was known as Kemet, is the container word for a confederation or a consolidation, not consolidation, but a unity between 42 places, give or take, because it depends on what time period, but the average of 42 places that were represented and as places that had a system of irrigation channels and access to water. And there you have it.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay. You now. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be switching computers as I take this down, and I'm be eventually I'm gonna get on my phone. So y'all can keep talking. I'm listening.
Okay. No, that was
So,
it. Hopefully everybody got my point with that. Sapat. Matter of fact, I know I had a Sapat example. I have examples all over the place until I actually need them. But
and
hopefully everybody
what's interesting about that is, speaking of the ASCAC debate, Dr. Beatty, when I talked about how the 049 and the N23 glyphs were interchangeable, and he tried to argue no. Again, in the book, I show for that very word sapat, that you'll find that same word sapat, and in one instance it'll have the N23 irrigated land glyph, and then in another instance it'll have the 049 glyph. But in another instance, it'll have the more broad irrigated channels that are known for gnomes as the determinative. And so all three of those interchange, and it should tell you something.
Right. And that's interesting. Like the gnomes, you can see them on the. As a matter of fact, I do have a image of it. What I'm talking about. On the trusty map, it shows it. Let me see this map that we always use. This go-to map that people even try to say that, pretend like we didn't introduce this map. But I just want to show. I just wanted so people understand what I mean by sapat. Just real quick. So it's gonna come up on my screen, on my image. I believe. Is that it? Nope. Is this it? Yeah, there we go. Can y'all see that? Okay, I'm just going to use the ones on this map just to kind of illustrate what I'm saying. But if you notice where it says Nome, I'm going to blow it up. Where it says Nomes of Upper Egypt, and it starts with Nome number 1. This oh, you can't see. Can I see my cursor? I don't think so.
Nah.
Okay, well, I'm going to use my arrow. So where it says Nomes of Egypt, there are 22 nomes of Upper Egypt, and then there's 20 in Lower Egypt. And so combined, that's where people get the 42 nomes. And so the first nome in Upper Egypt, which is south, is Taseti. But what I want everyone to pay attention to is the glyph here that the standard, the nome standard is stuck inside of at the bottom, the base. That's a cross section of irrigated water channels. So every nome is represented as that. Okay, these are actual nome glyphs of these actual nomes, and there are 22 in Upper Egypt. So if I slide the map over, you start to see these particular nomes with red dots. These red dots here. So you see red dots. So you see Kom Ombo or Nebit, which is a city of gold town. You see up here Nebut, another city of gold town. This is your original Nubia. If we were to Romanize the word noob, we would say Nubian or Nubia, which is in Egypt. It's not south in Sudan. That's a whole nother discussion. But the point is so you see all of these nomes, right? I think I had to shrink this map back down so y'all can see more. So you see all of these nomes, all of these habitable zones. You see where it says Tashma'u here? This is Upper Egypt. You see how it's determined by a Sapat glyph? That's a cross section of water. That's a cross section of the water system. Okay, so Tashma'u the word is determined by a water system called a Sapat. But all of these nomes or all of these Sapat or Sepwet are right near the river so they can access the water, the water from the river. And if I go downstream, but go up on the map into Lower Egypt, notice that all the red dots change to circles. So they just use that circles to differentiate the nomes from Upper Egypt to Lower Egypt. But all the numbers in these circles right here, notice how all of them are near water. All of them are near water. So to your point about the Rainmaker and the association, even though Egypt wasn't known as a place that had rain like that, the equivalent would be not as a rainmaker, but a water provider. And the king was in charge of his subjects, which would be the citizenry of the kingdom, and make sure that everyone provides water, and was responsible for the handling of the inundation of the Nile and the command of these water channels and regulation of it. And that's it. That's all I just wanted to point those things out. It's definitely about that water.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Wasn't the bull country.
You thinking that over 100-degree weather, they worried about somebody's blackness? 100-degree weather, 125-degree weather, they worried about
you breaking
water.
up. What's up? If that's you talking, you breaking up.
Well, hold on.
But yeah, if anyone has any referred article, any research paper, Yeah, like if
Oh, okay.
anyone
We
has
keep coming.
any research papers, any videos, documentaries, anything on rainmaking, I'll be very interested. Suggestion for anyone listening would be, I think there was a documentary on Australian rainmakers. I think it's called Kiripaki and the Rainmakers, and it's very fascinating. You guys should watch that. It's about an old man who called rain in the desert. Very interesting.
Okay.
But yeah,
You know what's also interesting? Oh, go ahead. I think we can
Can
hear you.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good now.
I'm
Yep.
on my phone, so alrighty. Y'all can continue. I'm sorry.
Now I was just gonna add that it's interesting that in ancient Egypt or Kemet, they they perceived the origin or source of the Nile from coming underground. And um and we know that the deity Wasir is the lord of or the deity of the underworld. And so the responsibility of the vegetation and the growth and things like that, there was a festival called Ka in I think it would fall somewhere in Decemberish of our Gregorian calendars, where people would actually create these soil beds in the shape of a Osirian pose and plant seeds in there and watch the vegetation grow and things like that. And I only bring this up because Egypt was without rain like that. They relied on the swelling or inundation of the Nile, and the king, appeasing that process. The king. So in other words, like when you hear the offering formula, the called the Hotep Dinasut, the king is appeasing the deities, or the appeasement is so that the king can run the kingdom in such a way to where all of these things happen. So the wish was for the king to basically do his job and do his job well. And if the king was to do his job well, then the inundation would happen. The right amount of water would flood. They had the nilometers to measure it, and they know if the Nile flooded within the marks of the nilometer, they know that they were going to prosper. They know that the crops would grow. Um, the granaries would be filled. People would be all good to go. And so that was the wish, that so the king run the kingdom to where those things could happen. And so that would be the closest equivalent, I guess, to a rainmaker. But anyway, that's all I have on that.
They were going to bring in more black bulls. The bulls were supposed to fly in from the sky and turn into crops on the shores.
Yeah, the bull country. That's crazy. The bull country.
Now, don't get me wrong. The bulls are important to Kemet and its iconography and a number of its underlying philosophy. But that wasn't in important, because the country didn't rely on the presence of bulls. Now, those who lived in the Delta, yes, because that's where a lot of the nomadic folks would come in and out of the country, through the Delta, and they needed watering places for their cattle. However, when it came to rituals, and especially the black bulls, they're all to bring rain. Well, not rain. that's historically, for the mother culture and the rest of the Africans. But for the ancient Egyptians in particular, it was primarily to ensure the flooding of the Nile, because that's what they relied on. The inundation, the riparian-ness, since the word riparian is now a cuss word in pseudo circles. But
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's all about water. At least that's what the research tells me.
Yep. Without water, you die.
Yep. And we can give a rat's ass about ISIS and black cows. There's no water to nourish the cows, or so that we can live and drink. Like when you go to Egypt, even today, like the need for water is high, and you feel it in your bones. The way that your body evaporates water there because of the temperature. That's all you cared about when we was in Egypt, was getting water. And you even see signs telling you to conserve water and how water is an important, precious commodity. I took a photo of the signs in the airport. So that should tell you something. Even in 20s, what you see?
I bet you won't find a aquatic water park with some slides and all that stuff.
Exactly.
Like we have over here. People washing their car, leaving the hose running. Got car washes. Just running water all day. It's not happening. But that's the thing. But I know you have the Q&A. I don't see much cues in chat. It's crazy because and somebody said this more than one time. Like, you're live now and you have an open mic, basically a Q&A. And I do that also. And what's interesting, and I agree with this, that we almost have to fish for questions. Like, it's like long pauses. Like, anybody got any questions? Looking through the chat, trying to find them. Anybody any questions? But let it be somebody else go live and talking all the smack and all the different things that people have been saying as of late. And it'd be a bunch of questions, a bunch of things said and stuff like that. But then, when it's open to ask questions or whatever, it's like crickets. It's quiet. I don't understand it. I see it, but it's just weird.
Low key, I think it's an infiltration, because it looks like they're always trying to take us backwards. Every time you take several steps forward, they just drag the entire conversation backwards. And it's that tactic is common among, when you see things like the FBI infiltrating the Black Panther Party or something like that. We see things like that. For real. I'm just saying.
Hey, you got a point. You got a point, because
weird.
we do have some accusers that it's an attempted snitch with the TLA. After we done introduced the TLA to people, we got an attempted snitch. It's not like we're doing something wrong to be snitched on, but there was an attempted snitch. And
it wasn't attempted. He did it.
Yeah, he snitched.
And I'm talking about so-called brother Reggie. you know, because he in his feelings and can't take an academic ass whooping, he attempts to contact. He didn't even attempt. He contacts the TLA, the Thesaurus Lingua Egyptiae, however you pronounce it, and tells them that I in that our publication, the contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place named Kemet, as well as the Alluja series, were using information from the TLA and not citing the TLA, and was being disingenuous in trying to essentially defraud the TLA. And so him not knowing that I have a relationship with people at the TLA, one of them during our exchange lets us know that, you know, he sent this email and wanted to know what was up with that. And so sent them the material, and they was like, we find nothing wrong with how y'all cited the text, excuse me, the TLA in y'all usage. We would prefer that it be done this way, in this more elaborate way, but he had to admit that based upon how we stated it on the website, you know, not everybody knows this new method. But he was like, nothing that we see here shows any thing of fraud or whatnot. So Reggie tried to, after remember on his slide talking about going to White Man Go Lake, right, to get some information about Kemet. Then he goes to the white man and tries to pull some COINTELPRO, some nigga shit in reality. And this is why I don't respect Reggie. He can kiss my ass. I don't give a damn. F him and anybody who rolls with him. I don't have respect for anybody who does something like that. Who on one hand wants to talk about the white man and steal their work and say, well, this is not they're white people and this is African hieroglyphs, so I don't have to cite them. But then gets all in his feelings talking about some citations and goes to the very white man who he was just a few moments ago complaining about, talking about we're getting our information from. And so I don't deal with liars. I don't deal with hypocrites. And, you know, I just don't keep squares in my circle. And so, you know, that's my feelings on it. And so this is why I can't, you know, this is why, for example, the book was written in the first place, because Reggie is a liar and he's shady and he's always doing some half-ass COINTELPRO mediocre shit. And it's always going to be some issues when he's involved in something. That's why we put together our notes and created that text, because we anticipated some shadiness going to happen with the ASCAC conference because of Reggie's involvement.
Yeah, and I'm glad that these videos that are 3 years old now are being re-shown. And once you get finished with the what's the one you have queued up?
The Race and Ethnicity Volume 1?
No, the video, the replays. You have something queued up for Sunday.
Yeah, that's going to be the final one in that series, so part 3.
Okay, yeah. So after that one airs, then I have 2 more that I'm going to replay after that. And so we're on a replay season right now. These are the replay seasons, because people act like these videos don't exist. And see, what's crazy is people wait for the passage of time, and then they get a new audience, And then the new audience, they can impress them. And I call them Paulites. See, if any of you all in the chat are familiar with the Apostle Paul in the Bible, you'll know why I call these people and what they do Paulism or Paulite. Because think about it. Jesus had 12 disciples who lived with him and broke bread with him for his entire teaching career, right? For whatever 3 years that he was teaching while he was alive. It is, as the story goes. Then here comes Paul, right? Paul was an enemy of Jesus at one point. Then all of a sudden, Paul on the roadside to Damascus, he has this epiphany. And then all of a sudden he has a change of heart. And now he loves Jesus. And he's a follower of Jesus. And he wants to teach the good word, the gospel. But guess what? Paul never lived with Jesus. Paul never hung with Jesus. Paul didn't break bread with Jesus to know the ins and outs of what he was teaching, the parables and this, that, and the third, right? But yet Paul becomes a prominent person in the New Testament if we attribute all those letters and stuff to him, that is. But guess what? Paul makes sure that he doesn't teach the people that were already influenced by Jesus directly or Jesus's direct disciples. Paul goes to who? Paul goes to people who are ignorant of Jesus's works. He goes to the Gentiles. And when you do that, you could tell the Gentiles anything, and they don't know any better. So you could lie, you can exaggerate, you could be Mr. Hyperbole all you want to, and the Gentiles won't know any better. Paul made sure he didn't come to the disciples' congregation talking stuff because they could put him in check. Well, that's the same thing happening right here in these videos. People are doing videos 2 and 3 times a day, 7 times a week to a new audience that they know they're not familiar with the things that we've said before, and they're telling them anything, confusing people, acting like we say that there's no such word as the adjective black in Egyptian language, as if the Egyptians didn't have eyes and describe things as black. They're arguing those things that we've never argued, but people are buying into those things and acting like they're winning an argument. Oh, they have one up on Asar, Sanjeti, and Wujau. Like, no, they don't. They don't at all. Those are Paulites. Let them come over here talking all that stuff. They would not be able to pull that same thing off. And that's what's happening. See, I get inboxed. I get emailed, people asking me these questions. And I can tell based on the question how this thing is running. That's what's happening. So us replaying these videos should help out. And as you all in the chat right now, you all should be sharing these videos. Share the videos, like the channels, and all that good stuff so that it could have exposure. Because these people on the opposing pseudo arguments, they're relying on the absence of these videos or our presence. They're relying on that. And that's what's happening. And I know that for a fact because I see it. People screenshot things and I see it and give me clips and I hear it. So that's what these replays are all about. And people expect or don't expect us to rehash an argument that we already dissected. Like a 3-part video just breaking down Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation. Why would we do that all over again when we did a thorough job already? It's thorough. Nobody's coming back from that. He can't come back from that. They believe that the Kemetiu in the pyramid text talking about the nation of Kemet. We just spanked that. And that was one of Brother Reggie's highlighted arguments when he gave his presentation. That was supposed to be the nuclear bomb. He set it all up. Y'all go back and watch the video. He set it up. He even talked slow and said that's what the white man says and does and everything. He acted like he had one up. When that was easy, 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes to just tear that down. A 2-hour video was torn down within 5 minutes. Same thing with his sloppy article. That sloppy journal article that he did was torn down in 5 minutes. He took watermarked dictionary entries from Mark Viger's dictionary, have the nerve to say that we're plagiarizing the TLA. That's some pot calling the kettle black, contradicting, snitching, whatever you want to call it, type of dude right there. How you gonna have watermark dictionary entries in your journal, peer-reviewed journal article? That thing was sloppy. Same thing with that Unc article he did a long time ago. Lucky I ain't talk on about that. That pseudo article he did.
Yeah.
Unc, knowing the Unc has only 3 consonants in there, making it 4 based on the English spelling, and then say it's the Kaminu and tying it into this, that, and the third. Like, come on.
Yeah, that was just terrible. But I want to answer this question here from Omar Williams. He said, or asked, did Kemet have any concept of the theory of evolution, or dismissed it entirely, or no historical record for or against yet exists? If I understand your question correctly, I argue that they did in fact have a theory of evolution, for which the god Kepler was central, to that theory. Now, did they have a theory of natural selection? I don't think so. But the idea that all life evolves and emerges from previous states of being and the like, that is all over the text and in essentially all time periods. But if someone's trying to argue that they had a theory of evolution and natural selection, that is going to be hard to argue. I have not come across any text that immediately jumps out with language that speaks about natural selection. And so what people got to get in their head is when they're talking about modern evolution, you're talking about and you talk about Darwin, you're talking about natural selection. There was already a theory of evolution prior to Darwin. He added the natural selection component, and that is what is central to modern evolutionary theory. And
yeah, I think we did a show on that some time ago, where we that's back on Amara Squad channel some time ago, where we actually looked at, I think, the book of knowing the transformations, which is the word Keperu, the different forms of Ra, and how the unfolding of things from the high level of this unfolding aspect, because that text, that's one of the texts that has the word Keper all over it, and if you were to read it, I don't have it pulled up, I don't have it to pull up quickly, but if we were to pull it up, maybe we could do it again. But when we pull it up and you read it, you see the glyphs, you'll see full sentences with like a sentence with 6 words or 10 words, and 8 of the words is some variation of Keper. Keper, Keperu, Keper, Keperi, Keperef, Keperu, Keper, all in a row. So the point was driven, depending on how long you be, I'll probably pull it up. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not on my main computer. I'm on my phone now, so I don't have it readily. But yeah, that's that's something that requires, and looks like our other guest. Who was the last one? Who stayed on last?
I think what's his name? Falade.
And I see Asar is trying to. Something's happening. Okay. Is he on? Hold on a sec. There we go. No, I was saying the second Asar, another Asar, is coming to the conversation. So welcome to the Mbongi. Peace and blessings. Introduce yourself.
Oh, peace and blessings. This is Asar. I'm normally on the I'm normally on the Seth channel listening to Ujabu most times. I just wanted to come up here and thank y'all because y'all do amazing work. Yeah, because y'all seriously do a lot of amazing work. So I mean, seriously, like pretty much you, Sinjetti, pretty much y'all, Sinjetti, Emitet, pretty much. Okay, I don't mean to toot y'all horns louder than they already are. I mean, I kind of, as far as my information on Kemet goes, I kind of call y'all the four pillars pretty much because everybody else is just. I'm not even going to use the word pseudo. I'm just going to use the word whacked out pretty much because like it's just full ignorance on display most times, and it's just good to see people who actually know what they're talking about. Honestly,
I appreciate it. And we try our best. And I know I can't speak for everyone, but I think they would all agree that we don't come to this believing that we have the answers for everything, but we respect process. We respect methodology, and we don't try to extend ourselves far beyond what we know that we are competent in. And outside of just this current discussion, and just in the world in general, but more so especially in this what we're calling the conscious community, this is something that plagues us. And it's everyone, not fully knowing what their strengths are, but playing on their weaknesses as if they are strengths and going into areas for which they are not familiar with, but being confident in their conclusions. And that is something that, if we want to advance as a people, and especially as, a quote unquote at minimalist online community, we have to get beyond. We have to be able to say, you know what, on this, I don't know. And, like it's amazing, like as Brother Wujawu said, we debunked this stuff 3 years ago and prior to the 3 years ago, for years before that. And these guys are bringing these issues up as if they are new and that they haven't already been falsified. And when you're dealing with a group of disingenuous people, because they're always contradicting themselves, and they're always moving the goalpost, right? So when they realize that they don't have a particular skill set to make an argument, then it's let's defer to the experts. When you find experts that disagree with their position, well, we don't have to listen to those experts. We can question those experts.
okay,
And
but
then,
all right, okay, and sorry, keep going. Sorry, I just had a question.
Or they'll get another expert to as a surrogate to speak through them, stick their hand up their back and speak through them because they're scared to face the people themselves, like Dr. Cambone, like Capochichi. But go on.
Oh,
But
okay,
yeah,
and then my
go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh no, keep going. Oh no. My question was like, okay, now when it comes to methodology and research, like the thing I learned from y'all, just like listening to y'all and seeing how y'all can research and seeing how much research y'all put in, like basically the qualities that come with the way y'all research and the way y'all do things, you can basically research and use methodology for almost anything. Because I was talking in the chat with somebody and they brought up when Black Panther came out and Reggie made a video and I remember watching the video where I'm like, bruh, this is a comic book number one and they just made it into a movie. And I'm watching the video, it's like, bro, you have never read one comic book. You barely watched this movie, and you just came online and started talking. So my whole thing is like, where does that? Not even just with Reggie, I've seen a bunch of quote unquote people in the conscious community do it. Where does that mindset come from? Where not? I mean, like I said, when it comes to methodology and when it comes to research, it's not just scholarly things. It's things like comic books or even movies where they'll have no idea about the source material or anything that they're talking about, but then they'll make these arguments about how it's not good for Black people and, oh, two white creators made it. It wasn't made by. It's just like, yo, I mean, with all due respect, y'all just shut the fuck up and enjoy the damn movie for what it is. Like seriously, like, I mean, and I saw them doing that with the Woman King and the new Black Panther that's about to come out, and it's like, where did y'all get this mindset from? Y'all have never read a comic book. I can tell y'all have never read a comic book just by the way you're talking about the source material. But y'all have everything to say, and you got people cheering this on, and you got people like me in the audience going, y'all are cheering this on, but these people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Sorry for cussing, but I'm just being real here. They literally have no idea what they're talking about at all, but they have everything to say.
Look, the
crazy thing is, I feel bad for people like y'all because y'all are the ones who are actually putting in the work and who know what y'all are talking about.
But understand, it's not just people in this community. There's people with PhDs who had to read a whole bunch of texts in order to get the PhD. So you would expect, based upon the skill set that they developed in order to get the PhD, that these would be individuals who would only come to conclusions after reading text. And that is not the case. And sad to say this, and he's my frat brother, Dr. Mario Beatty is one of those individuals. And as I said in the video today that was rebroadcast, the reason why Dr. Beatty was all over the place is because he was trying to continue an argument that started at the previous 2018's ASCAC conference when I made a presentation and I had mentioned Jean-Claude Mboli's argument for Coptic being its own branch, its own language in Negro Egyptian, and that Middle Egyptian is its own language and own branch. And Coptic is not the last stage of a language continuum, of a single language continuum, right? And so he was trying to argue with me on this subject in the audience. And, you know, and this was at the tail end of my presentation, which that wasn't even the focus, right? I just mentioned that in passing. Now, don't get me wrong, because I always come prepared. I had slides ready for them. But again, it was a time constraint issue. But the issue is before that, and the reason why like he was still heated of that is because we had an exchange via email about the argument. And I kept telling Dr. Beatty, this isn't your area of focus. The intelligent thing to say is, I don't know. But he was trying to make arguments about what Jean-Claude Mboli know in terms of Coptic and the like. I'm like, just read the text. I kept like, and I have the exchange, the email exchange saved, and I kept reminding him, you need to read the text. But more so, you need to study linguistics so that you can understand the text when you read it. But he kept making arguments and disagreements. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, you can only have an opinion once you've actually read the work. And you know, I've had similar exchanges with Dr. Clyde Winters, who would make arguments about books he's never read. Now you can, like, I can come to you with a conclusion, and you can say, based on what I know thus far, I'm suspicious of that conclusion. But, you know, you can say that. That's perfectly fine. You know, I'll hear something, be like, that's suspect. But if you like, okay, this is the text, this is the methods, and this is the reason, you provide that to me, at that point, as a true researcher, I have to say, you know what? I will table this for now. I will examine the source material that you provided, and then I'll come to a more accurate conclusion or analysis. That's what you say as a researcher when you don't know. See, the reason why I had to study more and more in linguistics is because the little that I started gaining knowledge about certain things, I realized that I had to know more. Because answering this question actually provided more questions, and I couldn't answer those questions the same way that I answered this one question. So I had to go back and study and read and learn more and expand my knowledge in these areas. But people aren't willing to do that. I don't come from that camp where I'm finna argue with you all day about something that I do not know about. And, you know, seeing what, you know, like Netter Nev, and I don't even think he's part of ASCAC, but at least, you know, Reggie and Mfudishi and Dr. Mario Beatty, you know, that's what, you know, when I was talking about it being a religious cult in function and stuff, that's what I mean. Like they all, it's just a group of them that they make a lot of arguments. So I'm like, how are you going to create an organization and you have study teams and groups and things, and then you don't have within the culture to check when people don't know something, that they haven't read on something and have opinions about something. I don't come from that camp. And matter of fact, when you read the new book, Race and Ethnicity in Ancient Egypt, Volume 1, I dedicate the text to Dr. excuse me, one of my old professors at the University of Houston before I left, Dr. James L. Conyers Jr., who passed in 2021, I think 2020 or 2021. I think he passed in 2020, I believe. And you know, that's the idea of, in terms of my genealogy and this issue about methods. He's one of those individuals that's he was a stickler for it, you know, and luckily before he passed, you know, he produced a text on research methods in Africana studies, right? Like he would always get on me and just students in general about the research methods, because he understood the nature of the war we was in and how they would and how people would attack Africana studies. And so these are the kinds of things that, you know, like it just upsets me when I come across. So it's not just conscious community folks. You know, it's folks with PhDs and behind their name who will sit here and argue with you about stuff that they've never read before. Don't know anything, not only about the text in which you're discussing, but the field itself for which the text belongs to. And people think that certain skill sets automatically transfer from one domain to another. So as I said, you can be able to read ancient Egyptian texts all day. That will not bestow upon you competence in historical comparative linguistics. Just like, you know, you being able to read the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs is not going to bestow competence, you know, upon you to be able to understand and know about astrophysics because you read about Newt, you know, in the sky. And Het Heru coming from the heavens in the form of Sekhmet, or is it vice versa? Sekhmet in the form of Het Heru to destroy humankind and the like, you know. So we just got to be aware of it and understand that some folks just they're not going to change. That's just part of their character. And you know, I'm not a psychologist, but I've studied enough psychology and cultural anthropology to be sensitive to what it means to be human. And then, of course, my experience as an African in America and my studies in Africology, the kinds of experiences that we as African people have had here in the United States. And with all that combined, we just have to realize that there are certain people among us who have undiagnosed mental health problems. And they go into their 40s and their 50s and their 60s with traumas and, you know, undiagnosed or diagnosed but ignored mental health issues that express itself in these various different ways. And the technology today makes it easier for any and everybody who has a voice to voice their opinions. And, you know, when you combine the ease of technology for anybody and everybody to say what's on their mind, and you combine that with people who are just out of their goddamn mind, you get the conscious community. And so, you have to be able to be sensitive enough and understanding enough to recognize these things when you're interacting with people. And to know, what's the song? Know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to hide. Because after you recognize that certain people just don't have it all upstairs, it's pointless for you to keep going back and forth with them. And so when we come across people like young Pharaoh, and we had that debate, or we were supposed to have a debate on the decipherment of the hieroglyphs, and the ish that they pulled at last minute, like, that's to be expected from someone who may have undiagnosed mental health issues and traumas from violent histories and past and the like. And so they're trying to enter domains that require you to be calm, you to be clear-headed, forward-thinking, silent in most instances, well-studied, to be able to sit and listen for hours at a time, to be able to sit and read for hours at a time. There's so much to unpack, because the conscious community is just the Black community on the web that may have an interest in things Black. And so just because there's an interest in things that is Black and African doesn't mean that the people entering that space, entering these conversations, aren't the same people that are on the streets that, we have to deal with all their crazy attitudes and behaviors and values and the like. And so, again, there's just a lot to unpack. I'm not no psychologist. I can't legally diagnose anybody, but there's enough people that I've interacted with here in this community that I can tell you right off the bat, like, I recognize the signs, because I used to work in a mental health facility. I worked there for like 2 or 3 years. And so you pick up on some things when you have to read people's charts, you have to read their histories, because you have to know the kinds of people that you are dealing with. Like, I remember this one young man, I had to read his charts. It was a Mexican-American young man, and he was a sex offender. And this individual would easily get turned on by female staff. So female staff couldn't be around him. They couldn't touch him because he would get aroused and ejaculate, in their presence. But he was in there because he raped his, I don't know how many it was. I know that his sister was under 1. She was only months old. And he raped her. But the thing is, because he was slightly mentally retarded, they didn't want to send him directly to a jail. Now, he was a repeat offender. His first offense was actually having sex with a pig. And I know I'm sounding crazy, but I'm telling you, the kinds of the places that I've worked, and I've had to deal with criminals and rapists and people who are have mental health issues. I just pick up on these things when I meet them, because these people, before they go to the facilities, they on the streets. And so some of them are actually functioning, meaning they can get a job, they can hold a job for a little while, but every now and then the crazy comes out. And so you have those people in our community, in terms of the conscious community, because they're just part of your regular community. You know, you have people in this community who themselves have been raped, male and female, right? You have people who have been bullied. You have been people who've been shot at and been in jail, incarcerated. Poor folks who had to steal, and people who have abandonment issues because of relationships with, or non-relationships with fathers and mothers and the like, right? We all come to this community with no mental health services, with no therapy, and we're trying to self-diagnose ourselves and self-heal ourselves. And so in that process, you come across all these different personalities in this community. And so it doesn't surprise me when I come across a lot of these types of individuals in this space, because they're going to be doing what they always done. And for those kind of individuals, you can't help them. I just wish them a long life and that they die. That's all you can do. And I know I ran it for a little while. I don't even know what the initial question was now, comment. But I hope I answered the question or comment.
No, man. Sorry, you answered the question starting out, and then you just had to get that off your chest, man. I'm not even mad at you. All right, but like I said before, just thanks for all the hard work y'all do. That was the reason I got on, and you answered all my questions, so you're good. But yeah, I guess you just had to get that off your chest, man. But okay, peace. Keep up with all the hard work, guys. That's all I had to say.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I see you trying to share a screen.
I said, "Oh no, I was just."
There's mental health in the hieroglyphs. I'm gonna show you in the pyramid of Pepe.
show you a deranged. No. I had I put these glyphs just to show what's the brother Amar Williams, the how many times Kepler is used in this text. That's all. So if people could see it, I could just explain it real quick. No, I was just listening to what you were saying. Let the mic cool off for a little bit first. So just real quick, this is a quick glyph replication of a text called "The Book of Knowing the Transformations of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep," and you can actually see it in the first line that I'm pointing at right here. We have Majat Neti Rek Keperu Nu Ra Seker Apep, which stands for the scroll, really, because Egyptians didn't have books as we know it, but the role of scroll of knowing the transformations of Ra and the felling or overthrowing Seker of Apep. But now check this out. So the next line is Jed Medu Nebuchur Jedef. So the word spoken by Nebuchur, and then it says he says after he came into existence. So Keperu F. Now, where's the line? So look at this line right here. So you see, well, let me just point them out first. So you see Keper here, Keperu right here. You see Keper F here. You see Keper here. You see Keperi here. Keperini here. Then you have Keper Keperu Neb Imket Keper. So you see the if this was read, I'm sure the way that these things were actually pronounced, this might have sounded like a beautiful recitation, because I'm sure it has some rhyming and some other things in there. It probably has some rhythm, some cadence to it, or whatever the case is. But anyway, I just wanted to point out how many times Kepler is used just in the first 3 lines. Well, not 3 lines on the screen, but 3 sentences here. Okay, so anyway, just wanted to point that out because I mentioned it earlier, so I just wanted to point that out. But this particular text, so Kepler is definitely, and notice that the title of the book is "Knowing," the book of knowing the transformation. Now, Keperu here is a word that's used for transformations or forms or evolutions of Ra, and so on, so on, and so forth. And you know, you have to know these things in order to what? Secure a pep, overthrow a pep. Anyway, just want to point that out. That was it. Why I had that on the screen.
All right. Well, I'm on my phone, so it's a way that I gotta do things. Oop, nope. Put you. My bad. I gotta figure out how to do all that. I'm sorry. So I hope. Who was that? Brother Omar who asked that question earlier?
Yeah, Omar Williams.
Yeah. So I hope he got it. So are there any more? I saw another question. Hold on. John the Baptizer asked, sorry, when you get a chance, please break down the meaning of Ursa Ma'at Ra, Satepin Ra, the power of the Neter or Ra is given or possessed by the one seated on the throne or has knowledge of the staff. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's attempting to translate the name. That's the name of Ramses II.
Yeah, I know that, but you know the power of Ma'at, and then Ra the sun, Satepin Ra. But he said the power of Neter or Ra is given or possessed by the one seated on the throne or has knowledge of the staff. Oh, I see. So you're saying that's how he's trying to interpret it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But
no, that's not the translation of the text. And you know what? That'll be a good show regardless. Just breaking down kings' names in the script. Like, you know, like we can go through all the time periods and start off and just read and see if people can get.
Start off with the king Winis. From the word Winis means he who exists.
Exactly. He who
start
be.
Off with he who exists. I be.
Basically.
I be.
And shout out to Al Cabelon Mine in the building. I know how to miss some folks. Zane Montego, Buana Haguziki in the building. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, African Renaissance. I caught your video. Just wanted to say good job.
Yeah, I missed it, man. I gotta check that out.
Sean Green, peace and blessings. Thank you for joining the conversation. And I think I shout out Donnie Williams. If I didn't, peace and blessings to Donnie Williams, who's related to Omar Williams, just because I said so. Hit Flicks, peace and blessings to you, and DBZ Feats. So what's with y'all with YouTube, man?
So I'm gonna type it in the chat. Beats. Okay. It should be in the chat. It's the Seshu channel. I have a YouTube channel myself, but under Wujao. But that I'm not too active on that channel. That channel, you know, I don't know. I may have to resurrect that channel, but it's the Seshu. It's called the Seshu. Definitely.
And I like this comment. I agree. It says, but people not humble. Everybody want to be the boss, but no one want to be responsible for doing the foundational work. Additionally, everybody wants to be first instead of winning together. Exactly. People just, there's some people that's just oppositional to be oppositional.
You know, it would be see, Dekai Kilimanjaro has a book. I believe the title of the book is has teams in it. You may be more familiar with the title of his book, Dekai Kilimanjaro.
Well, I think it's I think it's just research teams, but I mean he has several books along that line, but with the word team in it, I think it's just the research teams.
Research team, yeah.
You know, and he has research teams, study teams, or study groups, and then a different book for organizations, like creating organizations of a new type, and some other texts, but they're all along the same. The fundamental. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, well, why that came to my mind is because I mean, imagine now we're replaying 3-year-old videos, right? Now we know we could pull up some Facebook posts and even videos that go back to 2014, at least in the manner of how these are being this topic is being discussed now. So imagine if we were to formulate an actual scholarly or research team, a cooperative that performs cooperative scholarship. You know, imagine how far we would have gotten from 2014 till now. You know, instead of people learning by way of opposition and adversarialism, you know, positioning to be your opponent and a hater, as opposed to being a cooperator and a mutual investigator of these different research questions. And so that's what's very, very disappointing to me, is because the amount of time people could have had, that's enough time to get a full PhD. That's PhD time, not just a bachelor's. Bachelor's is 4 years. You know, people could have gone and finished college the full gambit within the time that these things have been rehashing. So that just came to my mind. If we actually did form an actual research team, in this time span when we had the time, even along with our personal day-to-day business of living, imagine how far we would have gotten with the research question and other research questions, because obviously we'd have probably done drained this one, your book, whatever. Like, could add a journal with several different contributors to it, a collaborative effort. And see, that's progress. That's what should be advocated, not this person against that person, and then people get caught in their feelings and then spend years trying to save face, only to culminate in playing police and snitching and stuff like that. So it's I don't know, it's just very disappointing.
And this is something that has to be said as well, in defense of ASCAC. Because remember, that like some of the founding members include the late Dr. Joseph Ben Jokinot. And, one of the things that many of the founders wanted to create space for were those individuals who did not necessarily have the masters or PhDs, but were disciplined enough and well studied enough to make a contribution to Africana studies, for them to have a space to not only learn, amongst the professional group, but be able to contribute and present, at conferences and the like, without having those degrees. And so what Dr. Ben was trying to, kind of reignite and reestablish, in essence, was the apprenticeship model. And because the apprenticeship model is how Dr. John Henry Clark became Dr. John Henry Clark. Because he too did not have, he did not go through the formal process of getting a bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. He went through the apprentice way and studied under those who had those credentials and built himself up to that level, to the point where he was bestowed an honorary degree later on in his life. That's why we call him Dr. John Henry Clark. Right? And so people take that leeway and they either abuse it or try to weaponize it in some degree of fashion. Right? And so they think that because they are in association with certain individuals, that somehow puts them in the same field, puts them in the same level and rank as those individuals because of their association. Not understanding you're supposed to have an apprenticeship under someone, and that you're learning and you're able to produce on that level. And only then can you say, is it even worthwhile you mentioning certain people's names in terms of your apprenticeship? But there are a lot of people who haven't gone through an apprenticeship, but they are trying to, enter these spaces and have these conversations as if they've gone through that process. And so I have formal training and informal training and apprenticeships in various different areas. And I don't mention them to folks because I want whatever that I argue to stand on its own. Like, I don't have to mention Dr. B. Lolo every single time I talk about Chiluba or Dr. Nsapo. Or any of my Yoruba teachers. Or Kenyan teachers or the like. It's good to know personally, but it does nothing for my arguments. Because I even disagree with some of them. But we gotta know the difference and why, like a formal education is valuable and why the informal education is valuable. And and be able to recognize whether somebody has a degree or not if they're competent in the field. Anyone who's competent in the subject matter will be able to recognize it immediately. And that's what people saw in the like of Dr. John Henry Clark. You couldn't come to John Henry Clark, you'll have a degree in Negro. If you understood his pathway, which you can kind of read in his, what is it, My Life in Search of Africa? It's a little thin book. It's a good book too. But I'm deviating now. I have this question up here. Do you have any book recommendations for African architecture? Almoravids in Spain, West Central and South Africa. My short answer is no. I don't have any recommendations on African architecture. And unfortunately, and I know I have some books, but I haven't read them all. And because the architecture thing just isn't my thing. So I can't think of any text right off the bat. And I'm familiar with information about like Moors and Spain and all that, but that's not my specialty. So, uh, unless Wujawu has some ideas, I personally don't.
No, I don't right now at the moment.
All righty. And they be having their own side conversations in these chats, so I gotta skip through a whole bunch. What's our rationales for the polites of the world and the like? Let's see,
I think it's a question back on the race. Now, let me just ask you this without you answering the question directly, though. Your upcoming book is part of a is it a 2-part series or 3-part series?
No, it's the 3-part series. Yeah. So
what's the difference between the three?
Well, initially, I intended to just kind of have a single text that expanded on what we did in the contributions to the debate on the place name or the meaning of the place name Kemet, and that it would be our, kind of expanded essays. But when I realized how much I wrote just by itself, 400 something pages, I knew that I would have to break this up. So, and then with the issue being really the essential issue being about the race and identity of the ancient Egyptians, I decided to title that as the series. So now it's going to be a 3-part series. So the first one is exclusively dealing with the meaning of the place name Kemet in terms of my contribution to that. And it will have essentially the accumulation of the 20 years plus off and on that I've been researching this question. And this is going to be my full argument. So of course, you have my 2014 essay, you have some things that I put in Nesubiti, and you have some things that I put in the Aluja Volume 2, because there's a chapter on there. Of course, in the contributions to the meaning of on the debate of the meaning of the place name Kemet, that text. But I need to consolidate, the various essays and the various evidence. So that's what's going to be in the first volume. So it's exclusively dealing with Kemet as a place name. But then volume 2 is going to be the collaborative work. So I'll just be mainly the editor of that text. But I'm also going to include some other scholars, not only Brother Wujawu and Brother Sanjeti, to contribute on the question of the race and ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians. Right. So everybody's going to, contribute on, their strengths and the like. And so we'll be dealing with that. And then in volume 3 is just going to be a resource text that is going to have the hieroglyphic text that remotely discusses, the identity or of the ancient Egyptians and the like, or anything kind of related to that, and or the primary text from, for example, the Greeks and the like. And so you'll have the hieroglyphs, you have the transliterations, and you have the translations, as well as the same for the Greek text that deal with the descriptions and the like of the ancient Egyptians. So that's just gonna be a primary resource text that is, so that when y'all are having these discussions and arguments, you know exactly where to go and to give the academic response to the trolls on the internet, if y'all want to argue with the internet trolls on the race to the ancient Egyptians, right? And that will cover the 3-volume series.
Okay, yeah, I was just asking because I saw a couple of questions. I don't know where they went, but I know somebody had asked about they're seeming to just narrow it to the conversation about Kemet, and if it doesn't deal with race, then why is the title of the series, race and identity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So by you explaining what you just did, hopefully that kind of covers all of that.
Well, that question, again, we answered that in the 2019 text in the beginning, and that's going to be repeated in the race and identity text. So the race and identity text is not going to be available until, about around the time that, was it January, February, March, by the end of March, beginning of April. So around spring of 2023. But if you want to get just a general background of how all of that fits into the conversation, we outline this in the introduction of the 2019 text. And I talk about how in the 90s, in the 1990s, graduating high school and going into college, there was these big debates on the race of the ancient Egyptians. And, academia was, kind of blowing up at this time because of the rise of Molefe Kitiasante and Afrocentricity as a research paradigm and theory, as well as the publication of Black Athena by Martin Brunel in 1986, I think. And I think by this time in the 90s, the second book had already come out as well. Right. And the third book didn't come out until like 2004 or 2006, the linguistic text. But I think he had Martin Brunel writes back as kind of right before the volume 3 of Black Athena came out. So, when those texts came out, academia went crazy, and there was just this big battle on the validity of Black studies, of African history and the role of Africans in history. And of course, in that conversation came the race of the ancient Egyptians. And when a lot of African-centered scholars were arguing against the Eurocentric scholars, they would always bring up the arguments of Sheikh Anta Diop and his interpretation of the meaning of Kemet, and his argument that the word Kemet referred to Black people. And so that's how the word Kemet became used as a racial marker in the discussion because of the Sheikh Anta Diop's hypothesis that, he first I remember reading in the print in his work from the 1950s and 60s. He brought it up in the 1974 UNESCO conference, but he didn't put together a somewhat full argument until his 1977 text, where he was comparing Wolof and the ancient Egyptian language. So one of the chapters dealt with the meaning of Kemet, where he makes his argument that Kemet means land of the black people, and that the ancient Egyptians had a black consciousness, and they identified and labeled themselves black people. So that was Sheikh Anta Diop's argument, and that's how Kemet and the whole race thing emerges in academic history. So when I graduated high school, and now I'm seeing these debates live with these scholars, and they're going back and forth. And of course, back in at that time, you know, everybody got PhDs, right? And it sounds like they're all making good arguments. And what do you do when you are agreeing to the subject and everybody is credentialed and they're making opposing arguments and they're going back and forth? And it doesn't seem like there's any kind of leeway on both sides. The only thing you can do is you start studying for yourself and you come to your own conclusion. And that's exactly what I did. I'm sorry?
No, I said, yeah, you got to do the work.
I just had to do the work. And so I came across a lot of this knowledge because I had to learn this in order to answer the research question.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So and when I looked at this unbiasedly, neither from the Afrocentric perspective or the Eurocentric perspective, I was able to see it for what it is, and came to the conclusion that both sides of the argument are incorrect. Because I started asking critical questions like, well, if, you know, one side is arguing it means black land, the other side is arguing it means the black people. But nobody dared to ask the question, well, by what logic are we to argue that the word even means black in the first place? I started asking the question, who did that research? And when I looked and when I asked, nobody can point me to anything. I was getting replies like, that's a good question. What do you mean that's a good question? Y'all supposed to know this already. How are y'all arguing a point and the initial point for which it is grounded on nobody has even proved yet? And so slowly but surely, I started to unpack. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You finish your thought.
No, I'm done.
No, I was gonna say what's interesting on that point of Diop's assertions and what he advocated, that Kemet deals with the identity of the skin, blackness and black people, and the whole thing. What's interesting to me is that the people who are the Johnny come latelys or hateleys and that side of things, they're not even arguing. They don't even realize that they're actually going against Diop, even when they try to argue for the other one, that you know, it does mean black, but it's pointing to the soil. That you know what I'm saying. So it's interesting that, you know, Diop is revered, but no one is like stepping up and actually outright saying that Diop was wrong on that, even in the midst of trying to debate the issue, period, with all these recent videos that are popping up. Nobody's like saying those things, that's just wrong. And it's kind of one foot in, one foot out, because without directly saying it, they're trying to defend it a little bit by pointing out people on the walls or in different texts where they have Kim attached to their name or title, or somebody being described, like Kim Seat, the woman, and Neong Pepe Kim, and so on and so forth. So it's like they halfway trying to defend that, but not defend it at the same time.
Exactly.
And they're just gonna fall away to the wayside, regardless. So I just thought that was interesting.
And I have posted up here, Firelight and Tis asks, when do you talk about things outside of academics that can't be properly held to scholarship standards, like the things you do in the spiritual traditions you are in? I talk about that stuff all the time. You just got to catch it when you catch it, you know. And but there's a reason why I don't. I try to weave it in a scholastic fashion, because you know when you're talking about initiations and spiritual traditions, those are experiential in nature. And you know, while I can talk about certain things, other things I can't talk about. And not necessarily because things are simply secret, but it's because you are to go through the process so that you can get the emotions attached to the experience, so that you can ground in your psyche points and times, or these experiences to be anchors in time for self-reflection, for you to be able to move forward in your journey, you know, in life. And you know, those are things that I try to hint on in a number of texts. But you know, I don't want to be prescriptive when I have those conversations, because certain things that I advocate for is the total opposite in those realms, right? Like my mission is to try to present information and knowledge that is going to be usable for the widest amount of people, that they can grasp and get more readily and use more quickly in their life, versus talking about some initiations where it's going to take you 20, 30 years in a tradition to get some quote unquote deep knowledge and wisdom, right? And working your way up into eldership. It's cool and interesting, and it has its value. But you know, I'm looking at the condition in which we're in as a people, as a whole, here in, to use the Nation of Islam's language, in the hells of North America, right? And so, you know, and then I talk about and do more than just even African spirituality, or kimoyos, what we call it, and scholarship. You know, I produce music. Of course, I'm into coding and gaming, and you know, DJ music knowledge. I'm not too much into sports. I can care less about sports unless it's like MMA. You know, I'm into working out and health. You know, there's a bunch of stuff, you know, and it just really kind of depends on my mood and what I'm going to talk about, you know, on this channel. So you just got to catch it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remember I asked a question, can spirits be wrong? And boy, that stirred up a whole big pot right there. Can spirits be wrong?
Yeah.
And things like that. Can spirits be wrong? And That stirred it up.
Yeah, but you would have to see this is the limitation of solely grounding yourself in kind of a spiritual context, because you want to share the experience and the wisdom with the people, but then the people have the right to ask you, well, how do you know for sure? And then a lot of people in that space like to reject science, logic, experimentation. And so those are antithetical to the spiritual tradition, allegedly. And so they will not put up their ideas to be scrutinized in a scientific way to verify, that these ideas are in fact representations of reality. And so when you ask a question, can spirits be wrong? You can equally ask, can spirits be right? But more so, you would have to first answer the question, do spirits exist? But even more fundamentally than that, then what is a spirit?
Yep. And
like
crazy.
You get what I'm saying? Like
every one of those questions I've asked separately, and every one of those questions it causes trouble. It causes
like,
trouble.
what do you mean? You just supposed to know.
What is I ask, what is a spirit made of? Like, what is the composition of a spirit? And does like human beings, we have borders, our skin, like we have a demarcated existence, right? And so I ask, do spirits, because people associate ancestors with spirits, and I'm like, well, are they demarcated from one another? And if so, what is the border? Like what creates that demarcation line, or is it just one big blob, of whatever? And boy, that caused a stir. But these are I don't know. I don't, I kind of, what do you call it? I take a thermometer to my audience when I do that. So I was saying that to say, I feel you when you said that, you don't really talk about it. Not that it's secret, but it's that's a different kind of thing right there, because it's real touchy. It's a real touchy thing, especially if you start asking those kind of questions. Then it depends on what circles you're in. You're just gonna get a lot of people gonna throw up defense blockers.
Yeah,
friends that are in the Yoruba Isheshe tradition, and I ask these questions, and they do not like it when I do it.
I always get in trouble in all my circles for asking questions. That's why I left the Hebrew Israelites. They told me God was going to kill me for asking questions.
Wow.
And ever since then, I ask everybody a goddamn question when it comes to I leave no stone unturned.
Yeah.
I'm like, but let me see, Rajawu, it's for you, Rajawu.
What, you had a question over there? Oh, yeah, I tried to type it in there in the chat. I was just to say it. Do you believe Kim means black in certain frequently used examples in text? Well, without you, Sat 12, without you giving a specific text, I would just give a general answer that yes, there is a word Kim that we transliterate as KM, and we pronounce it as Kim in the language. It is an adjective, and it does mean black, or it means dark, dark or black. and that word exists in the vocabulary of the people, and it's definitely attested in several texts. So that's as specific as I can get because the question.
African World asks, what does Kush or Cash mean? What language is it in, and does it even remotely refer to race or color?
Mm.
I
Mhm.
don't think we understand if there's a meaning to that name, at least not in ancient Egyptian language. It may just be the ancient, at least to my knowledge, unless Brother Wujal has something contrary to what I'm saying. To my knowledge, it is a recording of a name of a group of people who that name may in fact be of another language. What language, I do not know. And I don't know if that meaning of that name is recoverable, but it doesn't appear upon first glance that that is an actual ancient Egyptian word, because you don't find, any other words like it. Like there's no series of homographs for that name. But
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm saying I haven't investigated. That would be maybe a good thing to investigate. Who is that? African World. But from my memory, the only thing that I do know about that investigation is that the scholars believe that it's a foreign word, that it's a word that they use from the people that they were trying to associate with that word, Kash. And the running scholarship so far is that it connects to a Nilotic people, as they say, close to the Dinka people who are known for their height and being tall, and the word Kosh, spelled Koch, in their language, which means something like people or something to that effect. And so that just needs to be investigated. But that's the only thing that that's the last thing that I've seen on that. But I haven't explored it any further than that. But now it's interesting that the reference to tall, because I do know that Kash or Kush in the Egyptian eyes was in the southern territory of Ta-Nehisi, or Ta-Nehisi. And there are texts where the Egyptians are describing some group of people in the Ta-Nehisi region as being tall. So that must be a trademark of them, so much so for them to be mentioned and described as such. And I have the text, but maybe I'll show it another time. I don't have it readily right now, but there's a text where they describe these people. I think they call the Terek people as being tall. So that's interesting. So anyway, that's all I know right now.
Indeed. And Sat12 says, Ujawu, but Asar, if instead of having just one article about Kemet not referring to a black object, you have 2 books on it, people start to assume you just don't like blackness. Well, I could care less what people assume. I'm gonna need them to actually read the text and come to a conclusion. I don't respect people who have assumptions and roll with their assumptions and don't do any investigation. And if they insist on swimming in their own ignorance, all I can wish them is to grow old and die. I ain't gonna waste my time. Read the text and see if someone is anti-blackness, which is just a stupid idea in the first place, because they don't even know the scope of the conversation and what is actually being argued, for even anyone to remotely come to that conclusion. So again, it's the difference between actually reading the text and playing it safe behind a computer and not reading the text and just running with one's imagination. And so, and at the Mbongi, we don't go with our imagination. We do the actual research and then come to our own conclusion.
Well, my stance on that real quick is I actually believe that whenever we investigate things through the lens of black or the crayon, I call it the crayon Crayola wars, it's really detrimental and it hinders us because it's like you can't see the forest for the trees. People are so hung up on whether this person or this group of people are black or not, and they miss the forest. Like they miss everything else, and it's very limiting. And so I just say to people, take off the lens. And I did a show called The Lens of Race. You know, take off the race glasses and study the people. Let the people dictate who and what they are and this, that, and the third. Why does everything have to be in that way?
Because they are. This is what kills me. That you go from be talking about folks who are blackity black and blackologists, even created a word called blackologist, to only turn around and become the biggest blackologist ever in the history of blackology.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. I'm sorry, I can tell you.
Wait, no, but saying, you know what's funny? Not funny, but interesting, right? And I've done this on multiple occasions, but I recently did it. So the past week, I posted a few images of quote unquote Nubian sculptures that are found in Egypt, right? Of the Nehisiu, and they call them Nubians. And I posted them, and every time I do that, those images get a lot of likes and a lot of hearts on Facebook. Like I got one that has like 90 likes and hearts. Another one has like over 60 likes and hearts or whatever the case is. And I normally don't get that many. But I noticed that when I post these images, they have the stereotypical, you know, broad nose, big lips, you know, that Negroid look. And so I noticed that a lot of people are, you know, they see it, pay attention, and they like it or whatever the case is. And that's very telling to me because as many times I've done it, it's very telling because it's like the need to identify with that. But then it's telling because it's spilling over into Egypt and the conversation about Egypt, people wanting the Egyptians to be and represented as such, when it's not the same. Like you don't see the same representation. Like Egyptians purposely, you know, made that distinction even in the canonized standard artwork that they did. You know, they painted the Nehisiu darker pigmentations. They did, you know, they put the jaw lines and the lines, the cheekbones lines, and you know, the whole thing to make a visual distinction. And that's just very telling. And so I did a video on Kemet versus or Egypt versus Sudan, which one is the black land? And so Sudan in its modern term, it comes from Bilad el Sudan, which means the land of the blacks. So that's a modern or you know, medieval Arab name. Then Ta-Nehisi, the so-called scholars that everybody has to rely on, translates Nehisi as Negro originally, which means black. And then they just swapped the word from Negro to Nubian. So behind that, so they saw Nehisi or everybody below the southern border of Egypt as blacks. And so that's modern day Sudan. So according to the scholars, Sudan is the black land. In terms of skin color that everybody's trying to push right now as far as for Egypt. You see how it's inverse. And for the life of me, I understand why people don't just be happy and go off and smoke a cigar or sip some tea and just be happy with Sudan. Just claim Sudan. Why is everybody messing with Egypt?
You know, I've been hesitant to do a show on this, but I know I need to. But the show would be titled something to that the ancient Egyptians were a bunch of asses. Like, I know we all reverence, we show deference to the ancient Egyptians, but when you read a lot of their texts, they're a bunch of assholes, you know. And you know that aspect of the culture has to be discussed as well. And you know, to bring this stuff back to reality, they were a bunch of dicks for a lot of, you know,
That's
reasons
suicide.
that's neither here nor, you know.
You
But I
about to
gotta
get a
wait.
gang of enemies.
Look, I'm already there now. I done gave up on humanity, you know, after this damn debate. So
Wait till
I
after the
assume
book release.
everyone's an enemy, and let's prove it otherwise. But the ancient
Wait till after the
Egyptians
book at
were a
least.
bunch of asses, you know. But they were some of the greatest asses, you know, in antiquity, you know.
Yeah, they knew how to be it and do it well. They had
Like
the
when
propaganda
you
down
think about it, we know about the 9 bowls, and you always hear about the enemies of ancient Kemet, which included Africans in the Sudan, Africans in Libya, Europeans, and Asians in the Middle East. How come you never hear about the friends of ancient Egypt?
Right.
For you to not have text talking about your friends, but nothing but your enemies, means that you are a bunch of assholes. That everybody is an enemy to you. That means that these people can't get along with others. You know, like there's something to that. You gotta put that into the conversation. One of
They
these
would say
days.
that they would be ancient snobs.
Yep.
Snobby. Higher than thou.
And to a certain extent, you can almost argue that some of them was basically just racist. But that's neither here nor there. But I just want to throw that in there, just to.
Yeah, it needs to be. Okay, but you're speaking to my point, because everybody is so stuck on this race, anachronistically applying race, the modern social construct of race, backwards, or the skin color of the people. We don't even get to talk about what you just said, and all the other stuff. Like, what about the genius of the people? Like one big thing that sticks out to me is how in the heck at that particular time, without no speedy communication, how were they able to unify such a large square mileage of territory that had little resources in terms of water? Like, everybody had to live up and hugged up against the river, period. But then to unify that strip of land, like from the first cataract all the way up to the Mediterranean, and unify all those people and keep a cohesive, structure without walkie-talkies, the telephone, like you couldn't just mail a letter to put people in line, or to give a command and get the response back and straighten things out. I mean, so that's amazing to me. That's a genius, like the mechanisms and things that they had to use.
But
I'm
familiar
with some of them.
The
but
thing
I'm saying we had to
is,
talk about that.
yeah, but it's almost kind of like, like what's the phrase that they say, that hindsight is 20/20?
Yeah.
Like, because the way that it is worded, we can assume that this was done quickly.
Oh, no.
But it may have been, a number of years.
Yeah.
To really get the message out and to organize and to do all that. It just seems like a blip because we're looking at their long history.
Yeah.
And
No,
but it may not have been,
no, I know it was rough.
uh
I know it was rough. Just watching. Now I don't know if anybody's a fan of Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, but just watching Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, where they have to consolidate all the kingdoms under one rulership. If you just watch, now I know that's a fictional thing, but if you just watch that and you know the how hard it would be to get people to submit to a single structure, to get down or lay down type of thing. You know how hard that would be, how much negotiation and convincing you have to do, and or fighting or whatever the case is, to show that you're worthy. All that would take years and years of convincing and to show and prove and to be able to provide. Because one thing, you have to be able to accommodate the unity. Like you can't ask a community to join your community if you can't provide for them. That's
what
crazy.
is a good and I've done this, and I incorporated some of my notes from this research in another text that I'm writing on religious proselytization as a form of violence. But the Tashaka Zulu revolution, and it had many of the same circumstances that is assumed to have been present for the initial unification that created Egypt in the first place. Just in South Africa, amongst the Amazulus and the other ethnic groups that Tashaka was trying to unify in order to create this large Zulu nation.
Yeah.
Right. And so like that's a real good history to look into and comprehend. But on a side note, I always ask in terms of these relations, like given that ancient Egypt had no friends, according to their text, they only had enemies. Like you wonder, let's just assume for the sake of conversation that the ancient Egyptians didn't know anything about the Ashanti or the Yoruba or the Wolof and people in West Africa and stuff like that. Do you think that they would have saw them as friends or enemies? And why?
Right.
Like that's something I would ask my students. Given what you know about ancient Egypt, about ancient Egyptians. Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Just right off, like everybody but and then you gotta ask the deeper question. Well, what is psychologically going on to where everybody is presumed to be enemies, but you never hear them discuss their friends? Like when I hear sisters all the time, I don't have no female friends. Like I don't know if that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, like they brag about that, right?
Like
in the chat.
How you don't have friends? Like, what is everybody everybody out to get you? Something's not right,
I just don't trust them. That's
what, like when you start dating a sister, and you're gonna ask, well, why is your last relationships not work out? If they blame the other dude for all, it don't start with them. Something wrong with her. She is the problematic one in the relationship. Because it can't be every last relationship you had as an adult that it was the guy's fault that y'all broke up. like that has to be part of the conversation, even with ancient Egypt.
Well, why did certain things happen? That's true. But see, again, we can't even get to that topic because
Yes, we
people are
can. We
bringing
could
up.
just ignore the trolls.
I
You
mean,
just
yeah.
keep moving with your conversation. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I ain't got time to be uh uh arguing with folks all day who need therapy. Then I can't do what I need to do. You know, the
That's
book wouldn't have been written if I sat here and responded to a video that somebody does every single day because they got a webcam. They ain't got that kind of damn time. Only people who got time to do a video every goddamn day is people who got that going on in their life.
microwave experts.
You
But
know,
yeah, that's
like
what I mean. I mean, collectively, like, yeah, we could keep it pushing, but it's just sad because this topic been going on since the '60s, so over
man,
50 years of saying the same thing, and it's just sad. I'm looking forward to see. I have non YouTube live sessions. People who want to really get into the conversations about the genius of the ancient Egyptians, stuff like what you brought up. Why didn't they have any friends? What were the nine bows? Why did the nine bows switch? Why did they see even some of their own citizenry as enemies of the state at certain points, and this, that, and the third? All that stuff. What about the administration? What was the structure like? What was you got the king, then you got the visor of the north and south. You have the that administrative structure. We never really explore and talk about that too deep. What was the bureaucracy like, if there was one? What was life like? The priesthood. What are priests? Very important people with very important jobs. Did they perform their job? Was it seasonally? What did they do on their off season? When the Nile flooded, did everybody take a vacation, take a break because you can't do nothing when everything's flooded? Did they compensate for that? Did they what? We don't even get into those kind of conversations. Everybody want to know, are they black or not?
now there's a lot of literature coming out, and we're scheduled to have the author of that text on Egypt, the ethnicity of Egypt. He's going to be on the show. But him as well as, I'm sorry,
Hiroshmatic.
yes, and and other scholars. I'm starting to see a lot of this in the literature, and there's arguing that there really was no such thing as a national identity in ancient Egypt. Like there was no single identity, and that it was just mainly kind of a loose group of folks who kind of came together at times, for certain things. Now, you have to ask the question: is this scholarship emerging as more and more evidence and more people are accepting the fact that the ancient Egyptians were so-called Black African people? And wouldn't that be real convenient to
Oh
in
yeah,
this day to be like,
yeah. It's just a loose group of people.
yeah, they really didn't have no identity. There was really no real sense of ethnic identity. Like
Matter of fact,
I'm seeing that in the literature.
yeah, we
Go ahead. I'm
we
sorry.
we messed up. No, they're gonna mess around at the end of the day and say we messed up on the translation of the word Nisud BT. It doesn't mean king. They didn't really have a king. It was no such thing. It was just a bushman and cult leader. Nah, because we thoroughly I use Hiroshmatic's book as the first book in our book club, and we walked through it page by page, and it was actually a good read. I like the way he put the book together in a concise way to cover the points, and it was good. I don't think he doesn't advocate that it was no identity. He basically straightens out the parameters for their collective conscious of usness versus themness. Like this is us versus other. Egyptian versus other than and stuff. And it's very interesting, very interesting. And but the three key elements was language, because he even reiterates in so many words that if you do not speak the Egyptian language, you cannot possibly be Egyptian. That's common. That still exists to this day. Language will get you a membership
to this day.
Yep, to this day. Exactly. So I don't care what people be thinking, trying to convert to these other systems or groups of people. If you don't speak the language, you're not them. And what's crazy is that they don't really see you as them either, but they will play, they will kind of entertain that to leverage advantage or whatever. And I see that done too.
Yep.
They'll take advantage of it, especially in Nigeria or whatever. They're like, oh you one of us, whatever. Just okay. Nah, they, But anyway, so yeah, language is like main key. Another one was loyalty to the king and loyalty to the deities. If you could check those three things off your list, guess what? You're Egyptian.
You're Egyptian. But that's exactly why, and I wish 42 was still on. I approach the subject the way that I do, and I'm not concentrated on the racial issue, because again, for those who study historical comparative linguistics or just linguistics in general, you know for a fact that biogenesis and ethnogenesis are two different things. And that applies as well to language. Whole groups can abandon their ancestral language and adopt a new language, which would, of course, would not change their biology. And knowing this as a fact, you don't want to make your argument rest on the biology, because at the end of the day, the biology has no bearing on the culture itself, on the accomplishments, on the science and discoveries and any of that. So what you want to do as a researcher, if you are so inclined to make the African argument, you have to study the continent in general and to be able to kind of isolate key features of the continent in a way that you can kind of, in a way, put it in like a database and make a scatter plot graph, of the features and in contrast to groups outside of Africa, and to see how the ancient Egyptians cluster with the other groups in terms of the characteristics. And that will tell you to what extent, regardless of the biology of the ancient Egyptians, the African thought and culture that exists in which made up the continent. Because it could be that the black-skinned ancient Egyptians were few in number, but then because of droughts in the Middle East, there was a flood of Asiatics who moved in and adopted the culture and adopted the language. But as for some reason, the black people moving further down in the South and disappearing, and it could have been diseases or whatnot. It created a bottleneck effect, and it was the lighter skinned folks from Asia who came to dominate, but we still had the African language and culture. And it may come out one day that at this particular time period, that these folks were more closely related to the Asiatics in terms of biology, but they're still speaking the African language. They're still doing the African rituals, which we still find in dominance on the continent of Africa. So now you use what we use in science in terms of the principle of least moves. So when they're trying to determine the species or the Urhamat or the origin of a particular species or group, they look for the area that has the most diversification, that's concentrated in that area, and that has the least moves. If it is more homogeneous, further out away from that center, and more heterogeneous in that center, the evidence then tells us that where the heterogeneity is at is where the origins
I think we losing
from,
you.
and then that these other outliers are the result of the movement of one branch, right? And so you can do that same thing with the cultural and language studies. And so if what you're viewing in ancient Egypt clusters with what you see in West Africa and Central Africa and South Africa and East Africa, but does not cluster in heavy concentration in the Middle East or in Europe, it tells you where the people came from because of the principle of least moves. And so this is why we have to be a stickler about this stuff, because you got to understand the dynamics of what it means to be human, and that humans migrate and move, and that ethnogenesis and biogenesis are not the same.
Yeah. In terms of identity, just traditionally, you don't identity is not invoked through biology, like identity of a people. Like there are biological what do you call it, populations. There are genetic populations, but they're totally different than an ethnic population or a cultural population. You know, like if we demarcate a biological population through genetics, within that same genetic pool or that genetic population that we demarcated and deemed, genetic group 1, within that group, it could be multiple ethnic groups, multiple cultures, multiple different groups of people based on the social and ethnic side of things. And that's how people actually operate in the real world. Like, people don't cluster and do things based on checking each other's DNA. Everybody clusters and groups and finds this consciousness of membership based on the interplay of communication, which is language, the sameness of your worldview, of how you solve problems, and et cetera, et cetera. It's not DNA, and so people got to at least, at the very least, understand the difference, or even better, just let it go. Just let go of the race thing, or put because biology is definitely important. Like biogenetics and stuff is very informative for what it is useful as a tool for. Like, is powerful, but it doesn't answer the questions people think it answers. And I think we saw that a lot when people, because whenever we talk about this stuff, haplogroups come up. And who is this? Who is that? The J1 marker of the E1B1A and E1B12, and haplogroup on the mother side, the auntie side of this, that, and the third come in there. And you got the Cushitic speakers who were E1B12, and the Nile speakers of the Beja and the all that kind of stuff. Just crazy. That's not how people are identified at all, man. And then they use Greenberg's classifications along with that. Like, they using pseudo on top of pseudoism to have conversations. But anyway, yeah, I don't understand. I just be I get these flashes in my head of these conversations that just
Yeah,
pop up.
we'll be here all night because I'm looking. We've been on 4 hours and 35 minutes. I intended for this to be a 5-minute show, but as we can see, my plans have been foiled. But I just want to thank each and every one of you for joining the conversation. I know I haven't been live in a minute, and that's because school and work is kicking my ass, and so I have to find time to kind of do these things. And but it's always good to answer your questions and to hear the pulse of the streets. Um, and so thank our guests for coming on earlier, Brother Falade 42, and what's the other brother's name?
I think Lionel, I think his name.
Lionel, yeah, and Asar, for coming on. So thank each and every one of you. Thank all of you who are in the chat, both on Facebook and on YouTube. I don't even know if I'm streaming on Twitter today, but regardless, I appreciate you all, and thank you, Brother Wujawu, for coming and providing your insight and all the craziness that's going on in the chat. And any last words you want to give before we go?
If there's anybody in the chat right now who has registered to the beginners subject matter network class, or you just been a student since whenever, I'm having a session tomorrow at 12 o'clock. There's an email that's been sent already, but I'm just announcing it for anybody in the chat as a reminder. 12 p.m. tomorrow. We having a nice, good 2-hour session.
Is that East Coast time?
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Yep, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the only other thing I say, I appreciate coming on the panel. Look forward to Sunday's rebroadcast of part 2. And like I said, I got 2 more in the queue even after that. And shout out to the Mediterranean Valley culture. Shout out. The Mediterranean Valley culture. That's what we're going to call it now. Says no one.
And again, thank you. And as he mentioned, we will show part 3. It's already uploaded and scheduled to premiere at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And so I'll try to be in a chat and answer the questions. I actually be working during that time, so I'll be in and out. But I look forward to the other 2 videos and kind of reliving these arguments. And it's good because there's a couple of like source materials that I don't forgot about that came up in those discussions I need to revisit. And so yeah, it's always a good thing. But thank each and every one of you for your support. Continue to support. Make sure you like and share the video. And I will see you next time. So how do I do this stuff on my phone? Okay, here we go. So yeah, y'all be easy. Peace.